that time. It is that time of year. Welcome to the most exciting time of the year for us here at Draft Utopia. The NFL draft season is upon us, and today we kick it off with a bang. Chris Ransom, please tell us what we got on tap today.
I figured since today was Easter, we would do a fun, laid-back mock draft show. And there's a lot going on in sports, Joey, and I know this because I'm scouting prospects for the NHL draft with 3 college hockey players projected to go in the top 10. I've been watching the men's tournament. I even took the liberty of making a WNBA mock draft because that's in a few weeks, and there's so many stars in women's basketball right now. I'm looking at least 6 blue-chip players. Probably the first time I can say that about the WNBA draft, but we're here to talk football, Joey. It's Easter Eve. There's Christmas Eve. This is Easter Eve. It's the day before Easter. So welcome to the Easter Eve edition of Draft Utopia. Happy Easter Eve to everybody, regardless of your religion or ethnicity or your gender, your race. That stuff doesn't matter. We're just here, happy to have you here, and we're about ready to dive into this mock draft. So since Oren and SWIPA, neither one is called in yet. We were going to get Bill and Ash on. Both of them canceled. They had plans last minute. I think Oren and SWIPA, who are both on the West Coast, are not awake yet. That's probably why we're the only ones here. But if they do call in, we'll give them the floor to make picks. But why don't we just...
Well, why don't you recap what's happened so far?
All right, so far the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. They've been on the clock since 6 p.m., the Cardinals. Jordan Alexander's their manager. And let's take a look at what Jordan's done using the NFL Draft Buzz board I pulled up here on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. And we will look at the Arizona Cardinals, the team trade console. They've got Marvin Harrison Jr. 4, Jerzon Newton at 27. I have Jerzon Newton as my number 1 defensive tackle. A lot of people have moved Byron Murphy ahead of Newton, but that's due to the fact that Newton's injured. When I watched Texas versus Oklahoma, I uploaded that to Rumble, and I did individual film cuts on Byron Murphy. I was more impressed with T'Vondre Sweat versus Oklahoma than Byron Murphy. I do think Byron Murphy's a better prospect and overall a more complete player than Sweat, but both players got limited reps. There were only like 2 plays where both Sweat and Murphy were on the field at the same time because of how deep Texas was at defensive tackle, and Sweat impressed me more than Murphy. So I love the fact that Arizona got Harrison Jr. and Newton. They took Jordan Morgan at 35 right after I got Mims at 34, and basically they're going to develop Morgan into the right tackle of the future while Jonah Williams plays out his contract. They're going to redshirt Morgan and not rush him in. I love that move for the Cardinals. And then the last pick, Jordan Alexander, surprised everyone with Auburn corner DJ James. So that's been their draft so far, Joey. What are your thoughts on that? There's 2 players they took in the last group mock that are still there.
But I do want to, give Murphy a little slack because Sweat is a unique athlete, and
I don't dislike Murphy. I just think he's more of a second-round pick than a first. I thought Newton checked more boxes on tape. But I'm not going to fault a team. It's like the worst grade I'd give a team for taking Sweat in the first round is maybe a B or B- if I don't think he's a good fit for that team. I'm not going to give him a C grade and panic like I did with Mac Jones. I have more confidence in Murphy than Newton. But at the same time, I don't think it's a pick that warrants an A grade in round 1 either. Is that a fair assessment, Joey? Because I feel like that's a fair assessment.
I think the Cardinals did some nice things in that scenario, but my thing is like, let's not beat up on somebody.
I'm not trying to beat up on Newton. I'm not trying to beat up on Murphy. I like Newton more. That's all I'm saying. I like Newton more. And it really doesn't matter what I think of Murphy at the end of the day because he's going to go in the first round. my opinion on him is irrelevant because he's a consensus round one guy. You know, I'm trying to be realistic, but I'm also trying to be critical in my evaluation.
Well, I guess the question is, when it comes to how severe is the injury and what is the physical?
It was an injury from the regular season because he played through an injury in the regular season. He just wanted more time to rest until Illinois' Pro Day. So, you know, and here's the thing. The Cardinals were very active in free agency. They don't have to rush any of their defensive linemen. For example, they got Justin Jones at 34 right end, and they have Dante Stills for depth. Dante Stills is going to move to 34 left end with Jerzon Newton. I think Newton beats out Justin Jones. But at the same time, Arizona doesn't have to rush Newton in. They got Justin Jones at 34 right end, former Bears defensive tackle. They got Bilal Nichols, a former Raiders defensive tackle at 34 left end, who used to play nose tackle. And they got Kairos Tonga, the Vikings nose tackle. All of those veterans can start if they don't think Newton's ready in week one. But at the same time, Newton's the one guy who I could see beating out Jones or Nichols for a starting spot at 5 technique. Because he lined up at 34 right end and got a quarterback pressure on Olu Fashanu, who at one point was my number one offensive tackle. So I am putting a lot of stock into Newton for that reason. Because I'm a firm proponent in the one-on-one matchups. Murphy can be an impact player, but I didn't see him dominate or win a one-on-one matchup against a star player like Newton did against Fashanu, Joey. So that's my thought process for Newton over Murphy, okay? I'm not saying Murphy's a bad player. I just don't think he's a Pro Bowl player. I think he's a high-end starter. I think he can be a high-end starter. And I get it. Some people like Murphy's athletic traits more. I can respect that. But at the end of the day, I like Newton more. And this is a situation in Arizona where Newton could beat out one of these free agents for a starting defensive end job. He might also end up starting the year on the bench and having to work his way into a bigger role too. So it's just an interesting situation. The backups on Arizona are Dante Stills, former Seahawks 2019 first-round pick L.J. Collier. Those are the backup 5 techniques. So now you add Jerzon Newton to the fold. There's a good chance Collier probably gets cut in training camp if you draft him. If you draft Newton, there's a very good chance Collier gets cut in training camp. That's just the way I see it, Joey, because Jones and Nichols are not getting cut. You paid the money in free agency. I like Dante Stills. I thought I had a 4th-round grade on Stills. Interviewed him at the Shrine Bowl. And he had 5.5 sacks as a rookie. He's too talented to cut. You don't have to start Stills if you don't think he's ready, but he's too talented to cut. And if you take Newton in the 1st round, he's essentially guaranteed a roster spot. So that makes Collier the odd man out, unless he makes the 53-man roster and gets a 3rd-string role or something. He's the odd man out. That's just the reality.
The one thing I disagree with is basically position dependent, because you can't really take one-on-one matchups as huge indicators as a defensive tackle, and this comes as experience playing the position as you do a defensive end, because defensive ends can get one-on-one. Defensive tackle, you always got to deal with a center, you got to deal with a guard, you may have to deal with
all right. I know you want to rant about this, but I'm trying to minimize the rants entirely. Minimize my rants as well as yours, because Oren is ready to call in. But Jordan... Jordan had 2 players he wanted, and they're both on the board. Can I pitch you the 2 players Jordan wanted? The 2 players Jordan wanted are McKinley Jackson, the nose tackle you liked, and Braylon Allen, the Wisconsin running back. The backups to James Conner are Amari DiMercato, DJ Dallas from Seattle, and they brought in Michael Carter from the Jets, a 4th stringer. Right now, Roy Lopez, an undrafted free agent, is the backup to Tonga. So even though I think Allen's the better player, I would go for McKinley Jackson just based on need. I think he's a bigger priority because I trust the Cardinals running back depth more than their nose tackle depth. So I'm going to go McKinley Jackson here unless you want to make a case for Braylon Allen because Oren's not on the call yet. What do you think? Because these are the two guys Jordan wanted. Braylon Allen, running back Wisconsin, and McKinley Jackson. These are the two guys Jordan took in the third round last time. They're both on the board at 71. Which of those two do you think is a better fit for the Cardinals and why, Joey?
With Allen, I think I would like Allen better because I know the Cardinals like guys who can catch the ball, but they also like those guys that can pound us still. They've proven that with a couple of the other guys, and James Conner.
And I think Allen's good enough to beat out Demercado and all these other backups on the roster. You have Demercado, DJ Dallas, Michael Carter. You even added Tony Jones, the fourth string running back on the Saints. I think Allen's good enough to beat all those guys out, but he's not experienced enough to dethrone James Conner. But I think if Conner got injured, he would be this year's version of Achane in fantasy and just go off.
I think that amounts to something because Wisconsin is the one team in the remember they're the one team in the Big Ten that has not gotten out of the we're just going to kick your ass mentality until this last year when Michigan went back to it. They Wisconsin didn't have one concept that, including the running game, their running back. Basically the same thing James Conner, which is I'm going to go up there, I'm going to hit you hard, and I'm going to get my rope, I'm going to get my yards. And that's what the Cardinals have valued in a running back for several years. So I think he fits the mold in what they want to do with running back.
And look, Braylon Allen does everything well on tape. His big weakness heading into 2023 was pass blocking. He improved that versus Purdue. Had a good combine. So he goes to a situation where he doesn't have to be the number one guy right away and can just ease himself in. It's a very favorable situation. And next up is the New York Jets.
A guy like James Conner is a great pro. He is a very good player. He's a strong player. He's a guy that I would love to have on any.
He beat cancer. He beat cancer. People forget he was at Pittsburgh. He was diagnosed with cancer, and he beat cancer. It's awesome that he beat cancer. It's awesome that he kicked cancer's ass.
And he still put up. And he came to his phone up not only being put up to play, but he's still being up. Now that's impressive. And a lot of people these kids are like, oh, we just made the roster, so we're great. And no, he is going out there and he is still a 1,000-yard rusher. This dude is still kicking. So, Connor's a guy I would love to have on my team regardless of anything. And I think Allen's the same mold that just sit behind Connor, learn from him, learn from everything he's been through and everything he's done professionally. And I don't think there's a better fit for the Cardinals in that vein.
Yep.
So I think it's really, it's good for Allen, it's good for the Cardinals, and it's good what they want to do.
Yeah. Okay, next up is the New York Jets. This is the team I got assigned. Jets have 72 and 77 now. What happened with the Jets is they had number 10. They wanted Brock Bowers at 10, but Jason Bantle offered 18 and 49 to Chicago. He moves up to 9 for Brock Bowers. Marcus Beer moves back. He gets Latu, the best edge rusher on the board at 18, and he gets Adonai Mitchell in the second round at 49. So that trade feels like a wash. That's about as much of a win-win trade as you're going to get in this scenario, Joey, because The Bears got better by getting a Mitchell as a slot receiver to veterans like Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. And Bale won because he got an impact tight end, a stud in Brock Bowers to take pressure off Chase and Higgins. That's about as big of a win-win deal as you're going to get. But Tanya's plan was to take Bowers at 10. Once Bantle moved up, Tanya was like, I'd love to have Olu Fashanu for depth in case the Jets' offensive line has injuries again, but I also like to move back. So what does she do? She makes a trade with Oren. Oren offers 13 and 77 to move up for J.J. McCarthy, and she takes the trade. Olu Fashanu falls to 13, and she still gets Fashanu at 13. So this is the second pick the Jets have made, and it's interesting.
Let's be clear. We're not going to,
Oren's on the call.
for taking his guy at quarterback.
Or, yeah.
Never do that.
All right, Oren's on the call.
He got his guy.
Hey, Oren, what's going on?
I just want to make it clear,
guys. Sorry, I'm a little behind today.
we're not going to
No
bag
problem.
you for,
Let's just make the pick
we're
for the
not gonna bag
Jets.
you for getting your guy.
You got to get your guy. That's the first step in the rebuild. You got to get your guy at quarterback. If you don't have a guy at quarterback, you got to find one and get him by any means necessary, whether it's free agency, the draft, maybe UDFA. That's a rare instance. Kurt Warner, outlier, but you can get a franchise quarterback in UDFA. But that's a rare outlier. That's an outlier. That's not a normal circumstance. I'm going to go Cade Stover because the Jets really don't have a tight end. They lost CJ Uzoma. They have Conklin, Jeremy Ruckert. I view him as a backup. It might be a little early for Cade Stover, but I'm going to go Cade Stover here since that was the pick I got. Now, picking for the Lions at 73 is Oren. And I'll pull up the Lions board real quick here. So the Lions have had a very interesting draft, to say the least. West stuck with the first two guys he took in the last group mock. He took Mike St. Ristel because he thought St. Ristel had first-round tight despite playing nickel corner at Michigan. And he took Ladd McConkey in round 2 as a slot receiver to Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams. So the Lions' needs at corner and receiver have been addressed. I'll give you a look at the board, Oren. A lot of the best players on the board are receivers, but Braylon Trice, a consensus top 50 edge rusher from Washington, is there. He has not been picked yet.
So we're at 73 right now.
Yep, and it's your pick.
Okay.
All
And the thing we had,
well, yeah.
the other draft, I'm maybe looking at the different one here. Hold on. Let me just check here. Like I'm so mixed up here. Hold on.
Take your time, Oren. This is your show, man. It's your show.
My show, huh?
Joey and I are just here to observe what you do and bring entertainment value. That's really all we're here for, Joey. When Oren's on the clock, we just observe what he does. And
Because
Can you up his volume so we can hear him a little bit better?
did anybody pick up Brendan Rice yet?
nope, he's available. Brendan Rice is available.
I'm going to take Mr. Jerry Rice's son here, put Brendan Rice, send him to Detroit, and I think he's a good he'll fit right in.
I like that. Lions can double up at receiver, Joey. They get Ladd McConkey in round 2 thanks to Wes, and thanks to Oren, they get Brendan Rice. So now you can run more vertical concepts. If you want to try a Hail Mary at the end of the game, you'll have the personnel to run more vertical concepts. I like that.
The problem I have with Brendan Rice is the same problem I have with Josh Wilson. And that's, their hands. They lost the ball that they should drop.
Are you talking about Johnny Wilson, the Florida State receiver you picked in the last group mock?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Who is 75? Let me see. The Falcons. So Oren's on the clock again, and he has the Bears as well. So Oren's got the next 3 picks while we wait for SWIPA. If SWIPA doesn't show up, it'll be a group decision. So that will be fair. But the Falcons are on the clock, Oren, and the Falcons so far, the Atlanta Falcons, they got Jared Verse at 8 as a 34 right outside linebacker, and Cameron Kitchens as a strong safety with Demeco Helms jumping Richie Grant on the depth chart. So those are the two day one starters, and now you can pretty much get depth players the rest of the way, Joey, because the Falcons have covered most of their needs.
I think in their first one, they go with a corner. I think that's correct. So I'm going to go with what the gentleman selected first. I'm going to take Brownlee or Jason Brownlee, Louisville.
I like Jason Brownlee. He's one of my sleepers. I mean, he's a player that Trevor Samaika of Pro Football Focus hyped up during the Senior Bowl, but I went back and watched his tape, and he was winning the one-on-ones against Coleman in the ACC title and Johnny Wilson. I think Johnny Wilson beat him on one play, but other than that, Jarvis Brownlee was perfect. The Louisville corner. Is that who you want? Jarvis?
Yes.
All right. So I like that pick for Atlanta. He's an ideal replacement for Okudah, and he's on a rookie deal. I love that pick, Joey.
I don't know whether it's because of his size that he wants. I didn't see the play, but
it's on Rumble. It's on Rumble. Just watch the ACC title on Rumble. You'll see the play. It's there. Yeah, ACC title game. That's all you got to do and pop in the tape. It's there. I rewatched the tape to make sure all the rumors about Brownlee being hyped up by the Senior Bowl were legitimate, and they are. Trevor did his homework. So we're just going to leave it at that. And next up, Oren's on the clock again with the Bears. The Bears have killed this draft. Caleb Williams at 1, Latu at 18 as a second edge rusher to DeMarcus Walker and Montez Sweat. Actually, with Montez Sweat locked up, it's going to be DeMarcus Walker versus Latu. I think Latu wins that job, and you draft Mitchell to compete with your veterans as a slot.
Now let's give the young QB a wide receiver.
A second wide receiver. I love this, Oren. Oren's double dipping at wide receiver. It's not the first time today, ladies and gentlemen. But they got it, Donnie Mitchell in round 2.
So this is yes, my command because I'm not.
Yeah, it's your show, Oren. That's the thing. We're trying, but you got DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Donnie Mitchell. 3 good receivers.
Is Devontae Walker still available?
Yes. And
I'm going to pick him up. North Carolina wide receiver. I kind of like this kid's. Actually, if you go look at his tape, I would say the best part of him, he's a very good deep threat, very fast.
yeah. So yeah, exactly. And exactly. And next up on the clock is the Denver Broncos. This is a pick SWIPA is going to make. And no, Oren, I'm not going to give the Broncos a punter just because our guest forgot to show up. I'm not going to do that. I know, Joey's laughing at the idea of me giving the Broncos a punter. They took Terry and Arnold at... Well, our guest is a Seahawks and Chargers fan, Joey, so if we gave the Broncos a punter, he'd be on board with it. He has no problem with us roasting the Broncos.
The other thing, the funny thing about it all is when Russell Wilson does go back to Denver, watch him beat the crap out of them.
Yeah. I say we go with Spencer Rattler here. William Yanish of First Round Mock believes Spencer Rattler would thrive under Sean Payton. And I don't trust Jarrett Stidham. I did not like Jarrett Stidham coming out of Auburn. Stidham was bad with New England. He was decent as a backup with the Raiders, decent enough to get a second backup gig with the Broncos. But you expect me to believe Stidham's going to start a full 6, 8, 17 games next year? No. I say we put William Yanish's Spencer Rattler theory to the test, and we give the Broncos Spencer Rattler first QB off the board since the first round when we had 7. We had 7 QBs going round 1, including Jordan Travis to Tampa, where he's learning under Baker Mayfield a la Jordan Love. So I say we go Rattler here for Denver. Any objections? You want to make an argument for Pratt?
I'm just not sure Rattler would be the best fit for Sean Payton. Oren, what is your thought on that? Would Spencer Rattler, in your opinion, be a good fit for Sean Payton?
Well, Michael Pratt's also on the board, Tulane quarterback. Do you think Pratt would be a better fit for Payton? Maybe from a scheme standpoint, yes, but from the altitude standpoint, no. The Denver's got bad weather with the altitude. I think Rattler's the best quarterback to combat the altitude.
What does Oren think on this situation?
Oren likes the idea of giving Denver a quarterback, but should we go Rattler? And if we don't go Rattler, what quarterback would you pitch before we get to Oren? Just spitballing here, because this is a group decision, and Oren likes quarterback, so we are going to go quarterback here.
And that is the question that I'm pondering, and I was hoping Oren would give me a second to ponder a little bit longer, but
The only other options are Sam Hartman and Michael Pratt. Michael Pratt was a captain on Tulane, and we're not picking Sam Hartman this early with Rattler and Pratt both on the board. I liked Hartman against Navy in some of the early opponents, but I think it's too early to take him. He's 25. I think it's too early for Sam Hartman.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys are so hesitant on this.
We could go with Joe Milton, but I'm just not a fan of Joe Milton this early as far as intangibles and accuracy and decision-making. So it's really Prattler or Pratt. That's really what this comes down to. It sounds like you're leaning towards Pratt, but you're not fully committed to Pratt because of the weather. But from a quarterback-coach relationship, you're committed to Pratt. But from a weather standpoint, you're looking at the altitude. You're trying to consider all the factors here.
I think he was already Jordan Travis, I think, would be ideal.
Jordan Travis is gone. The Buccaneers took him in the first round as a successor to Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, that's something I thought. Yeah, like I said, I thought he was already gone.
Yeah, we had 7 quarterbacks go in round 1. I told Kamon Lawrence, the guy Ken LeBlanc recruited to the group, that, we had 6 quarterbacks go in round 1, and if he took Jordan Travis, that record would be shattered. And I think Kamon, he's a Florida State fan as well as a Buccaneers fan. I emailed Tony Mario and told him the Buccaneers took Jordan Travis in round 2, and he got really pissed off. He's going to lose it when I tell him that the Buccaneers took Jordan Travis in the first round. I mean, but
I would think Jordan Travis being an underdog second round. The first round is like, no, thank you.
I think it happened because Brian Bayless traded up for Bo Nix with Lisa, and that created a domino effect where Tampa Bay acted on urgency and got their quarterback.
So this is a weird thing. In this scenario, I would agree with Spencer Rattler, even though I don't think he had the physical attributes.
Here's the thing, though. If Rattler fails, you could give him another year and then draft a quarterback in 2026. You can just roll with Rattler until the next good quarterback draft. That's the thing. If Stidham sucks, you can...
I think Rattler is a lot like Jake Cutler when Jake Cutler was initially drafted. Didn't have it between the years, but had a great arm.
Yeah, but Rattler would have a much better head coach. He'd have Sean Payton, and Cutler had Josh McDaniels. So there's a massive distinction between Sean Payton and Josh McDaniels.
Yeah, so that's what I would be banking on in this situation.
And you agreed Rattler's the best fit of the quarterbacks available, so that's going to be the pick for Denver.
Yeah.
All right, Tanya Holmes is on... The Jets were on the clock here, and I'm going to take a quarterback here to create even more drama as a successor to Aaron Rodgers. And I like Hartman. He's my top quarterback on the board. But if you and Oren want to go Michael Pratt here, or you want to go a different direction besides quarterback, pitch me your case. Let's have a conversation about this. If you think the Jets should go a different position besides QB because they're in win now mode, let's have a legitimate conversation about this. Joey, Oren, what do you think the Jets should do?
Michael
Jets are. It's the Raiders. Oh, the
Jets are up. It's my pick. I could technically pick a quarterback here, but at the same time,
The Jets are. Oh yeah, I traded that pick.
yeah, I traded the pick.
And he is going to make it work. And he's not going to make a lot of bad decisions. So in that case, I would take Michael Pratt to succeed Aaron Rodgers because he might learn something that can help his arm strength up to Rodgers, something like Ken Dorsey did when he was playing. Had terrible arm strength in college, but within the first few years of the pro, learned how to work his arm strength and got stronger and able to push the ball downhill.
Yeah.
And with Aaron Rodgers always been good with keeping his body in shape, keeping his arm in good shape. So I think he would only benefit from a year or two behind Aaron Rodgers.
I agree, but I do have Hartman ahead of Pratt on my quarterback rankings. To be fair, I had Jordan Travis as QB 10, and he went in the first round. So at this point, you're just banking on one of these quarterbacks to work out. I am going to go with Sam Hartman, and Joey's going to tell people that my bias for the Patriots is affecting my judgment. And that's fair, but it is technically my pick, so I am going to go with Sam Hartman here just to create more shock value at the position.
I don't think there's any.
This is why you don't put me in charge of the Jets. The Washington Commanders are up next, Tracy Porter's team. I'm going Braylon Trice here. They need a second edge rusher to pair with Chop Robinson. Braylon Trice is the only consensus top 50 player on the board. I could go Kiran Amagaji, the Yale left tackle, too, because he'd be a day one starter, but I think Trice is better value in round 3. So I'm going to go. And the Commanders do have KJ Henry from last year's draft. So you could bring Trice in to compete with Henry for that second edge spot. And whoever loses that's a very good situational edge rusher between Trice and Henry with Chop Robinson as your ace edge rusher.
I'm not a huge fan of Trice, but at this juncture in the draft, I think he's a pretty good.
It's either Trice or Amagaji, Joey. Those are our choices because Tracy chose Christian Haynes over a left tackle. But from what I've heard from Tanya Holmes, they might be giving Braden Daniels, the Utah left tackle, a shot to be the blind side because they were really impressed with him before his injury. So he might be the left tackle next year. And if that's the case, they're going to go for value over need, the Commanders. So I think, and Wes had a first round grade on Trice. So that's my other reasoning for giving Trice here in round 3 to the Commanders. Tracy's in the chat room. I will suggest. Well, he's a Washington edge rusher. He's an edge rusher on the Washington Huskies. And his rating, yeah. His rating on NFL Draft Buzz is 85.6. The ratings on NFL Draft Buzz are similar to my potential grades on Draft Utopia. So Trice's rating is 85.6. That rounds up to an 86 out of 99. That is an above average starter, but not a high-end starter. So basically, if Trice develops, he can become an above average starter, but not a high-end starter. You're not a fan of taking an above average starter this early, but this is probably the best guy you have a shot of making an NFL starter at this point in the draft. It's the middle of the 3rd round, you know? And you're bringing him in to compete with Henry. He has to earn that job from Henry. Because the Commanders traded Montez Sweat and Chase Young away, and they threw KJ Henry, their 2023 3rd-round pick, in the fire. Trice is competing against Henry. And Tracy traded up for Chop Robinson. So I like Trice here. Chop Robinson, I like him a lot more. Chop Robinson's going to be the main edge guy. Tracy gave up 2 seconds to get Chop Robinson, but you have KJ Henry, last year's 3rd-round pick, and Trice, this year's 3rd-round pick, competing to be the edge rusher across from Chop Robinson. And the loser is a situational depth edge rusher, and I think both Henry and Trice thrive in that role as a number 3, 43 defensive end, Joey. That's what I'm getting at. I think either guy would be successful as a 43 defensive end, but both players are above average, not high-end starters as starting defensive ends, if that makes sense. All right. Oren's on the clock. It's pick 79, and Oren is back on the clock. So, Oren, the Falcons, you gave them a corner, they have a safety, and they have a edge rusher. Are we going to give them a receiver here, or is there another direction you think Atlanta should go in?
Let me see what Atlanta needs here. Give me some time, sir.
I promise you, Joey, you're on the clock at 80. Jason Bamel wants a defensive tackle. You're on the clock at 80. So, it's your first pick. I know you've been patient, Joey. You've earned the right to make this pick and either make Bamel happy or sabotage his roster for your own entertainment as a Browns fan.
Rosters is my thing. I'm going to take Jalen Polk out of Washington.
That is a good pick because Jalen Polk is the Eagles' top player on the board. Marcus Cross, who's filling in for Howie Roseman, has Polk as his number 1 receiver. So congratulations, Oren. You're not even 1 hour into this mock draft, and you've managed to piss off Howie Roseman. You deserve a round of applause for pissing off Howie Roseman.
He's an average player, but an average player, decent player that, you never know in the third round for a wide receiver.
Yeah, and the thing with the Falcons is, yes, they were aggressive in free agency, but the free agents they signed, they got them to 1-year deals, and they're not quite the sexiest moves. I mean, they got Darnell Mooney, who was 112 out of 128 receivers, and they also got another receiver who was 114.
Heads up on him because I kind of know because he was in the Pac-12. So Polk had played, I think, most of his games.
Rondale Moore, yeah. So basically the Falcons have Mooney and Rondale Moore both on 1-year deals, Joey, but at the same time, I think Polk is good enough to beat out one of those guys for playing time, and at the very worst, he's a serviceable number 4 receiver in the role of a Zach Pascal when the Eagles made Super Bowl 57. And that's just a role that Polk's going to thrive in as a number 4 guy right out of the gate as a rookie. But he's good enough to play as 2.
So he was one of those receivers that made Phoenix pretty good. 60 catches throughout the year, over 1,000 yards.
I think Mooney's going to be the number 2 guy. But the big question is, can Polk come in right out of the gate and supplant Rondale Moore as a slot receiver? Because Rondale Moore's on the last year of his rookie deal, and Atlanta traded Desmond Ridder to get Arizona to get Moore. So that's just an interesting trade.
I like Rondale Moore as a starter for the new, but I think Polk can come in and supplant him as the number 3 receiver. So I think Polk can start.
Yeah, and Mooney's contract is 3 years. Mooney's contract is 3 years, so he's going to be the number 2 guy to Drake London. That's pretty much been established. Even though Mooney and Moore both finished 112 and 116 out of 128 receivers on Pro Football Focus. So both Mooney and Moore were outside the top 100. Drafting a rookie here allows you to give those guys who underachieved on Pro Football Focus a reminder that you can put their foot up their ass if they don't perform well in training camp, which is one thing you're a huge proponent of, Joey. So with that being said, Polk is the pick for Atlanta. And yeah, and you're finally up, Joey. It is the Bengals pick. They took Brock Bowers. They have not made a pick since then. You're on the clock here. Bamel wants a defensive tackle. Joey is the Bengals. Joey's got the AFC North and the AFC South. I know this because Joey lives in Jacksonville and he's a Browns fan. He loves the AFC North and South, so I assigned him those 2 divisions in advance, knowing that he wanted this opportunity to pick for these teams. Yeah, Bantle wants a defensive tackle. I would take a receiver here, but Bantle wants a defensive tackle. He even texted me prior to his pick in the group mock. And the two guys he's looking at are Rook or Horho and Michael Hall Jr., who we took in the group mock last time. Those are the two guys. But it's Joey's pick. He gets to make the pick. So, I mean,
hey, Joey, I need a punter here.
And you wouldn't have to play him right away because the Bengals, they brought in Sheldon Rankins through free agency to replace Reeder. Hill's still starting at defensive tackle, and you have Jay Tufele, former Jaguar, and Zach Carter for depth at the moment. And I think at the very worst, Michael Hall could come in and beat out Tufele for that backup role behind B.J. Hill. And in due time, if Rankins or Hill gets injured, he could be potentially starting as a rookie. I don't know if he'd excel, but I think he could get playing time as a rookie if one of the Bengals defensive tackles got injured. But at the very worst, he's a good number 4 player to have on the depth chart. And I think he's good enough to beat out Zach Carter for the number 3 defensive tackle role. I think his upside's that high. But I don't know if he's a day 1 starter.
His second-round pick. So when it comes to him, I would have to go with Hall because he is, I think.
So you like Bantle's decision to go with Michael Hall. So you're on board with that. All right. So we'll make Bantle happy and get Michael Hall Jr. All right. Okay, next up is Seattle, SWIPA's team. And SWIPA, he made the thumbnail for our group mock, which is an amazing thumbnail, by the way, but he did not. I'm looking at the Seahawks roster to see what areas. Riley gave Seattle Edgerrin Cooper, a linebacker Joey's high on, consensus number 1 linebacker, and Zach Zinner, the Michigan right guard, as a left guard. And right now, Seattle has Tremaine Ankrum starting at left guard from the Rams, and they also have Bradford at right guard with no backup. And Curtis McClendon, former Raider and Patriot, is the backup left guard. So the Seahawks are in shambles at guard right now. They already took a guard. I'm not sure if we need to give them another one. I'm looking at their depth chart here. Seattle replaced Quandre Diggs with Julian Love on a team-friendly extension, and they replaced Jamal Adams with Rayshawn Jenkins. This is a group decision. Since this is an NFC West team.
Let's not throw another guard here. Who's your, how long is the, what's his name on, what's the contract on the starting defense?
They've got Draymond Jones from Denver for 2 more years, and they extended Leonard Williams after getting him from the Giants. They also brought in Jonathan Hankins for depth behind Jerron Reed at nose tackle.
Okay, so that defense is running secure.
They have Mike Morris as the backup to Leonard Williams, but they don't have a backup to Draymond Jones. You have 2 undrafted free agents competing to be the backup. Rook or Horho is the best defensive lineman on the board. We could give him to Seattle as a backup defensive end. That's one option. Riley took Edgerrin Cooper to compete with Tyrell Dodson for that linebacker spot across from Jerome Baker. I don't know if Cooper can beat out Dodson, who is good for the Bills in the playoffs down the stretch. I don't know if he can come in and beat him out for a rookie job. I don't dislike Cooper, but I also think he's being overhyped by the media. But again, I'd give Seattle a center, but they brought in Nick Harris from the Browns to be the backup to Oluwatimi. So, I mean, I really don't have a good read on what's going to happen here. I'm thinking right tackle. I don't know if I want to go right tackle. They brought back George Fant. I thought George Fant was a tight end for a second, but I got George Fant and Noah Fant mixed up. That's on me. That's my fault, guys. It's they both have the same last name. That's one's a tackle, the other's a tight end. That's my fault. I'm taking responsibility for that right now because I realized that before Joey had the chance to roast me. So
Yeah, well, you're good because I get names confused quite a bit, so I can give you a pass on names.
because I corrected myself before.
Really bad of me and really hypocritical if I ever roast you for getting names.
Yeah. This is Joey showing me sympathy. You have Kevon Wallace from the Titans as your backup to Jenkins. I feel like Seattle's addressed a lot of immediate needs in free agency, and at this point, they're just going for depth here. I'm on board with Michael Pratt. Honestly, I know it sounds crazy. You have Geno Smith for 2 more years, and you have Sam Howell for 1 more year, but you can start Pratt out as a third stringer. He'll learn the playbook this year, and then he gets promoted to backup once. Well, actually, Howell's under contract for 2 more years as well. Never mind. We're not giving Seattle a quarterback. They have. He's the one guy with potential to develop into a starter, but I'm just not sure he's the guy we pick here. I'm not opposed to picking him here, but.
No, but something I said when we were talking about Washington and their rebuild a couple weeks ago, I don't blame Howell for throwing these interceptions because he actually had a really good completion percentage.
Well, Sam Howell had the worst offensive line in the NFL last year. People forget he got sacked like 50 times in the first 8 weeks of the season. It was just brutal. It was David Carr level bad.
Yeah, and he was trying to do too much because everything that was going on in Washington, he was trying to be a savior to something that couldn't be saved.
I'm going to look at the top offensive lineman on the board. I don't really think there's a fit for Seattle here. So, I agree with Oren, we shouldn't double up at guard. All right, right now, looking at the Seahawks receivers, they have Metcalf, Lockett, Jackson Smith-Njigba. Their number 4 is D. Eskridge, and then they have Jake Bogopo and Derek Young. None of these backup receivers are guys that I see as impact players if something were to happen to Metcalf or Lockett. And the Seahawks receivers had trouble staying healthy last year. That was a big reason why the Seahawks reverted after surprising people and making the playoffs with Geno Smith. So I think we should go receiver here and get some more depth at receiver. It's a strong receiver draft. And your backups are Jake Bobo, Eskridge, and Derek Young, who are not bad to have as number 5, number 6 receivers, but if those are your number 4 options, you are screwed if Metcalf, Lockett, or Smith-Njigba goes down. It's just a volatile situation.
Probably not going to go down long term because if you put on a
but it is a third round.
bunch of NFL players about a show, Metcalf, David Johnson, with maybe Miles Garrett would be the 3 that would have the impact.
All right, let's do this. I'm gonna read a list off of 5. I'm gonna read a list off of 6 receivers off the board, and you and Oren can make your case for each receiver, and I will break the tie. The 6 receivers available are Xavier Legette, South Carolina, Jermaine Burton, Alabama. This is NFL Draft Buzz's big board, not mine, by the way. Ricky Pearsall, Florida, Javon Baker, Central Florida, Malik Washington, Virginia, and Jalen McMillan, Washington. Those are your 6 receivers. Pick one for Seattle, and we'll roll with that. You and Oren each pick a receiver. I'm going to break the tie. That's what we're going to do. I think that's the quickest way to... Who?
Best hands, route running, athleticism, the best overall package of power.
What receiver are you picking again, Joey? I couldn't hear you when you said that.
Alabama.
Burton. You're picking Burton from Alabama. All right. Oren, what about you? What receiver should we give Seattle here? Because they lack depth at receiver, and we both decided that as a group.
Early to pick a depth receiver.
All right.
In the 3rd round.
What should we do?
4 receivers that are going to play on and off all the time.
what should we do? Because Joey and I are in agreement on adding a receiver for depth here. What's your counter proposal? What you want another guard here, or
I told you it's better to have. You said you don't have a backup for.
You have Tremaine Ankrum, Curtis McClendon from the Raiders and Patriots, who was a bust. You have Anthony Bradford. You drafted Zach Sinner, the Michigan right guard, but he's going to be your starting left guard. You don't really have any depth at right.
Why are you picking off offensive line? I thought we were going to go to defensive line.
Defensive line. Okay, you want a defensive lineman for depth, and they could use, I mean,
a tackle, not a defensive end, but a tackle.
well, the Seahawks run a 34 defense, so they're either going to draft, and they have 2 nose tackles, so that leaves 34 defensive ends. So we're going to, and they've got 4 nose tackles on that depth chart, Oren, so they're not going to draft another one. I'm not dismissing your opinion. I'm just saying, realistically, if you have 4 nose tackles on your roster, one of them's getting cut in training camp, and you're probably, I'd say there's maybe a 10% chance you draft a nose tackle. And if you do pick one, it's going to be in the late rounds, like round 6 or 7, just a warm body to push the veterans, you know? And you can get that in UDFA. You can get that with a UDFA. All right, so we could go Rook or Horho, the Clemson 34 defensive end. We could bring him in as a backup to Draymond Jones. That's one option. Or we can get a receiver. If you want to go for Horho, who's actually graded above Michael Hall Jr., we'll do that and move on. But we need some input. We got to come to a consensus on this decision as a team, because SWIPA's not here. We can't just give him up the Seahawks a punter because the guy who made the thumbnail slept in. That's not a cool thing to do to Seahawk fans. My nephew Alder Collins, who lives in Oregon, is a Seahawks fan. I'm not going to give his favorite NFL team a punter just because I don't like the Seahawks. That's childish. I have to evaluate these teams objectively. What are you suggesting? Well, what are you suggesting? We go deep. Let's make a pick and move on to the next team. Let's move on to the next team. The next team is the Colts. The next team is the Colts. That's a Joey team. So yeah, I'm gonna give Seattle my top receiver, Javon Baker. I have a 2nd round grade on him. He needs to come off the board. He made a one-handed catch at Central Florida's pro day. His pro day at Central Florida was better than Keon Coleman, who ran a 4.84, Joey. Coleman ran a 4.84 at his pro day after running a 4.63 at the combine. He could be another Anquan Bolden, but he could also fall to day 3 with his 40 time regressing by 21 full seconds. That's the thing with Coleman now. Like, we don't know what's going to happen. He could be the Anquan Bolden of this draft, but he could also end up falling to day 3 or round 3, or he could end up being an Anquan Bolden, Joey, who also played at Florida State.
I told you he was the second better one Florida State wide receiving corps. Nobody believes me.
No, Keon Coleman better than Johnny Wilson. He led Michigan State in receiving yards when they had the Packers rookie last year. And then he went to Florida State and he outperformed Johnny Wilson. I think the reason Coleman's fallen is, but let's not argue about that. The pick's in. I already submitted Javon Baker for the Seattle Seahawks. Since Joey and I agreed on receiver depth, the Colts are up. It's Joey's pick. It's Joey's turn to make a selection. And you have the floor, man. The Colts in round 1, they took Cooper DeJean at corner. In round 2, they took Troy Franklin. So they've already addressed their 2 biggest needs at corner and receiver, the Colts. And it's your pick. You get to pick for the...
Yeah, I love those picks.
Those are both day 1 starters. Both great fits for the Colts. You can move Downs to the slot. You can move Pierce to number 4.
I hate it, so no. Overall, I'm looking at Indianapolis as probably one of the best teams in the NFL, youth-wise. So, looking for impact players.
They lost Julian Blackman, but Rodney Thomas did so well, he took the starting strong safety job from Nick Cross when Daniel Scott was on IR. Daniel Scott's coming back from IR. He's competing with Cross for that other safety job, and the Colts basically let Julian Blackmon walk. You know, so I think the Colts are in an interesting spot with Juju Brents and Cooper DeJean as their top two corners, Kenny Moore on the nickel, Dallas Flowers as a backup corner. I feel like the Colts have stability at cornerback, which is rare to say. They have Kwity Paye and Ekubom, who are both decent starters. Ayo Taekwon Lewis, but I also feel like they don't have an edge that wows you. So if there's an edge rusher you like, you pick him. It's your pick, though. What about Jeremiah Trotter Jr., who's still on the board? He'd be a good backup to Zaire Franklin. Right now, the Colts' backup middle linebacker is Segun Olubi. And they also have Cameron McGrone from the Patriots and Liam Anderson. So basically, the Colts have two undrafted players and a former Patriot competing for the backup linebacker job. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. would be an upgrade over all those backups. I think that's a good... No, he's been on the board for a while. It's like it's pick 82 and Trotter's still there at 82. That's so Jeremiah Trotter Jr. heads to Indianapolis. Yeah, he's my top middle linebacker. He's still my number one middle linebacker, even after all the emergence of Edger and Cooper. So I love that fit this late. Wrong, Joey. They had Shaquille Leonard. They drafted Darius Leonard, who Darius Leonard and Anthony Walker were like Batman and Robin when both were under rookie deals. Then Walker left. Leonard got injured and cut. And while Zaire Franklin's good, he is. Zaire Franklin made the Pro Bowl, was a top 5 tackler. He's a good starter, but there's no depth behind him if he gets injured or has a Darius Leonard-like regression. So that's the issue. Well, you have EJ Speed. I'm not the biggest EJ Speed fan, but, you know, EJ Speed is on the board. You know, EJ Speed and Zaire Franklin are your two starting linebackers. And your backups are Segun Olubi and Ronnie Harrison Jr. Ronnie Harrison Jr. is not a backup safety. He's a backup linebacker. I don't know how I feel about that personally. But, you know, that's the Colts. We both agree that, you know, the potential for Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I think Trotter Jr.'s ceiling is higher than Zaire Franklin's was. And Zaire Franklin's had a good career with the Colts. We're not knocking Franklin. We're just saying his ceiling's higher. It's just a very good value pick. I love Trotter Jr. I think Trotter Jr. is a same. The fact that he's on this board is perfect for the Colts because he's a perfect fit. He's exactly what they need. And you don't have to rush him. You have Zaire Franklin, and you can let Zaire Franklin play out that contract. And then once Franklin gets injured, you give Trotter a shot, and if he kicks ass, you can move on from Franklin. Franklin gets injured, but confidence there. You don't have any depth behind Franklin. That's the whole issue with the Colts, that you don't have any depth. I mean, Franklin's contract runs through 2028, and you can't buy him out till 2026. So you can develop Trotter for 2 years, and then once Franklin turns 30, you can turn things over to Trotter Jr. He'll have that experience. It's a perfect fit, like you said. All right. I don't think they play together. I think they're. So you're saying EJ Speed's the odd man out. And I actually agree with that, but you'd have to move Franklin back to outside linebacker if you did that. Yeah. So, and yeah, and EJ Speed is a 2-year deal currently. But that deal expires next year. So you can redshirt Trotter Jr. as a rookie, and then when Speed becomes a UFA, Trotter Jr. starts year 2, and you move Franklin back to outside linebacker. So, yeah, actually, in theory, that is a good pick.
irony of this is that I think Bonner in average used the 4 interceptions that you from that linebacker six. The irony of that is it is really big, and due to Colts make great service from playing those two guys together.
Well, the Rams are up. This is an interesting spot to be in because the Rams really need an edge rusher, but at the same time, they drafted 3 edge rushers. All of them look good. Byron Young, Tennessee. This is a group decision, by the way. Even though the Rams haven't drafted an edge rusher, that's the direction I'm leaning. So, Oren, Joey, what do you want to do with the Rams here with this pick? Oren, why don't you go first? You're the LA guy. You're the LA resident on this podcast. So why don't you make your case for what the Rams should do here after taking a nose tackle and safety?
For the first and second round.
In round 1, they drafted Byron Murphy out of Texas, and in round 2, they took Cole Bishop out of Utah to replace Jordan Fuller.
Well, they're doing pretty good, actually.
Yeah, they've been right. They brought back Bobby Brown the 4th. I didn't think they brought him back, but Bobby Brown's going to be the backup.
Did they re-sign Witherspoon?
I don't believe so. Maybe they did. They brought in Darius Williams from the Jaguars, who was number 1 in PFF, to replace Witherspoon. They also brought in Tre'Davious White from the Bills. And they brought in Cameron Curl from the Commanders, which is a meh move. But I think Cole Bishop's good enough to beat out Curl or Russ Yeast. I think Cole Bishop's an upgrade over both of those safeties. So I love the Cole Bishop pick. So we could go edge rusher here. We could go with another 34 defensive lineman at 5 technique, because you have Kobe Turner, you have Mr. Relevant as your starters, and you have Bobby Brown the 4th. And I'm guessing that Byron Murphy supplants Bobby Brown the 3rd, but they both rotate at nose tackle as Murphy eases into that transition of being the full-time starter.
I'm going to go with they didn't fill who's the best tight end available? Bryce Hopkins left.
They replaced Bryce Hopkins with Colby Parkinson from Seattle.
See, I don't know all this stuff.
Colby Parkinson split reps, and they still have Hunter Long from the Dolphins in a rookie deal, and Davis.
Let me check the safety board here.
Because right now the safeties are Cameron Curl and Russ Yeast. I drafted 1 safety in Cole Bishop, but I don't trust Curl or Yeast, Joey. I mean, Yeast was promising as a rookie. He's done well when called upon. So I guess Yeast is okay, but he's not spectacular. And okay doesn't cut it if you don't make that leap in year 3. You can be okay your first 2 years, but you got to make that leap in year 3 and go from being okay to good in order to warrant a contract extension.
For some reason, even though it's a West Coast team and I'm all the way over here, but I know what if he ran inside. And the bottom line is, I don't like, the fact that they need to have nothing behind Matthew Stafford, but that can be addressed later. I don't like the fact that
we could go Karan Amagaji, the Yale left tackle. He'd give you depth, but Jackson and Noteboom are back. You have
Is it my pick, folks?
I thought this was a group decision. It's a group decision because we're on the Rams, an NFC West team. Swipe this team. Hold on. I got a message from somebody. No, that's somebody else, not SWIPA. So, all right. So this is a group decision. Oren wants to go safety. What position are you pitching, Joey? But they already drafted Cole Bishop out of Utah, and I think it's a weak safety draft. So I want to hear what position you pitch. I might go safety if I don't like the position you pitch.
I think the front 4 is going to hurt because not only do you have last year, I thought they had under roughing last rush and outside. Now you lose Aaron Donald.
You move Kobe Turner to Aaron Donald's old position. You start Mr. Irrelevant next to Kobe Turner, and you have Murphy and Brown rotating. There are some 5 techniques available, like Rook or Horho, Marshall Nealon from Western Michigan still there. Dwayne Carter from Duke's on the board. There are some guys we can add for depth at that position.
Yeah, Western Kentucky, I watched a game of theirs last night, and I wasn't impressed with their interior line. So I would rule that one out.
There's nobody in Western Kentucky. I'm talking about Western Michigan. Field Yates is a round 1 grade on Nealon, by the way.
I thought you said Western.
No, Western Michigan. So we don't have to take him, though. I agree. He's not a good fit for the Rams. So we won't pick him.
So I would have to go with one in this situation simply because I don't like the other options for the Rams, but I know the Rams do need multiple upgrades to safety.
Well, they got one in Cole Bishop, but I just don't like the safeties after the top 3 guys. I mean, my sleeper at safety is Nick Ross from Appalachian State, but I'm not even sure he's on the board. I'm checking. No, he's not. He's not on the board, so we have to pick somebody else. I got to put my feelings aside here. Because the group, both you and Oren have come to agreement, a group decision that we're taking a safety. How do you guys feel about Florida State corner Renardo Green? I love Green's tape. He's projected as a safety, and he's the top player on the board. I think we can stash him as a depth player at either safety or corner, sort of use him in a wild card role like the Browns did with John Johnson II. I think we can stash him and use him in that type of role on the Rams. So I say we go Renardo Green. He's listed as a safety. He played corner, but he's listed as a safety.
I think Green is a guy who can play strong safety or come down into the slot or play that.
It sounds like we're in agreement on Green as a safety for the Rams, and we can move on to the next pick. But I'll let Joey finish his rant before we get to the Steelers, because Joey's drafting for the Steelers. He might give the Steelers a punter. They did lose their punter, the Steelers. He might give the Steelers a punter as a Browns fan.
Last year that they failed at miserably. So I really think he'd be a good fit, but I don't think he'd be the star and or starter in that situation. But I do think
I think we got to go receiver for Pittsburgh. It's your pick, Joey, but the Steelers replaced Deontay Johnson with Van Jefferson, and they replaced Allen Robinson with Quez Watkins. It sounds crazy, but I actually think the Steelers downgraded at wide receiver over Deontay Johnson and Allen Robinson with the moves they made in free agency.
with Allen Robinson, I say yes. I think they downgraded. So with Deontay Johnson, that you drop more passes.
Van Jefferson dropped passes too, but the difference is Johnson has speed you can't teach. I mean, Jefferson's fast in his own right, but he's just as big of a liability as Johnson and not as much upside. And the backups are Denzel Mims and Calvin Austin. So if Pickens goes down, you're going to have to start Calvin Austin, who's actually, I think, should still be in the starting lineup. He's been good when healthy, but he just doesn't have a lot of experience. And Denzel Mims, who I interviewed at the Senior Bowl, honestly, I like Mims as a backup in this role in Pittsburgh, but, you know, outside of Pickens, this receiver room is just horrible. Like, I'm not even sure if Wilson or Fields can succeed with these guys, if I'm being honest.
Well, but Fields, he barely succeeded with Lex. So I feel confident in his ability to do something.
Well, that was horrible coaching in Chicago. The reason Fields failed is because he had bad coaching in Chicago. And he didn't really fail. It's just things didn't work out for him. They got their... It's your pick, though. It's Joey's pick. So here are the receivers available. I'm guessing Burton's coming off the board here because he was available and we didn't pick him. He's still there, Jermaine Burton. I'm guessing that's who Joey's going to pick here, given what's available.
My thought is, I think the Steelers had issues from the games I watched because I'm a big AFC North fan. I was watching a lot of Steelers games, like my to say, as a Browns fan, and I didn't like the guard center play. I don't know if it was the players or the chemistry or something just seemed off there.
Well, the Steelers already drafted Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon at 20, and they got Kingsley Suamadia as a right tackle to Broderick Jones in round 2. He can start out as a swing tackle while Dan Moore Jr. plays out his rookie deal, and then next year Jones moves over to left tackle. Suamadia's the bookend. So I feel like the Steelers covered the tackle and center positions. Right now, the guards are James Daniels and Isaac Sumalo from the Eagles. Those are the starting guards. So I think we're in agreement the Steelers could use a guard upgrade as well, but not a center and tackle upgrade. And the backup to him is Joey Fisher. The best guard on the board is Christian Mahogany, who can play all 3 spots on the interior, didn't give up any sacks. The thing with Mahogany is he's ranked 98 on the board. From a value standpoint, he's a slight reach here. I'd be on board with Mahogany in round 4, but right now he's a reach. From a value.
I would look at defensive tackle because remember when Ironhead's son was out, Hayward?
Right, they brought in Dean Lowry from the Packers and Vikings as his backup. So Lowry's a nice backup to Hayward. He's not Hayward, but he's a nice stopgap backup to Hayward. So you're basically saying Dean Lowry sucks because he's no longer on the Packers and Vikings and it's his 3rd team in 3 years. I liked Lowry coming out of college. I gave him a chance. He actually showed he could earn a starting job as a late round draft pick. I give him credit for that. But at this point, he's a journeyman. So
You have to get that interior line because I thought he won every interior defense when Hayward wasn't there, and it was not Steeler line. They need that guy in the middle with Hayward or when Hayward goes out that can really hit hard.
how do you feel about the linebacker situation? Because outside of Ruke or Horo, most of these guys are 43 edges or linebackers. And really, I think outside of Orhoro, there's not really a fit for Pittsburgh. The top linebackers on the board, you got Cedric Gray, you have Jalen Ford. There's some good linebackers still there. But, you know, do you like Orhoro out of Clemson? I had a 2nd-round grade on him. What do you think of him? It's your pick, Joey. If you want to go Orhoro, best interior D lineman. Who? Grant? First name, last name?
And linebacker. So, Gray, the linebacker,
Linebacker Graham. I'm looking at, I don't see a Graham. I don't see Cedric Gray, North Carolina. He's there. Yeah. So, or Horho or Gray. I like Gray as well. I think he's a 3rd-round pick. So this is a tough call, but it's your call. They're both good values here.
What do you think? What do you think of between those guys?
Oren, what do you think?
Which one?
There's a defensive lineman on Clemson, Ruke or Horho. We could bring him in as a backup to Cam Hayward, even though the Steelers have 4 defensive ends in the roster. The other option is we go with a linebacker for depth behind Patrick Queen and Landon Roberts. You do have Cole Holcomb back from an injury, but I don't trust Tyler Murray or Mark Robinson. I think whoever you draft at linebacker can win a roster spot. Whereas with Cedric Gray, that's Joey's pick, though. The reason I'm suggesting Joey goes with Gray is because the Steelers have 7 defensive ends on their depth chart. They only have 5 linebackers, and I think Cedric Gray would beat out both Tyler Murray, who's undrafted, and Mark Robinson, a 2022 7th-round pick for a roster spot. Even if he's the number 4 linebacker, I think he's too talented to get cut from the roster if he gets drafted by the Steelers. So that would be my case for Gray, Joey. Not that you are going to take my input into consideration, but that would be my pitch for Cedric Gray here. Because, the Steelers, they have 7 defensive ends on the roster at 34 defensive end, and they only have 5 linebackers. And I think Gray is talented enough to beat out 2 of those guys for a roster spot. I do. That would be my case for Gray, Joey. But what are you thinking, Oren? It's Steelers pick. Joey hasn't finalized it yet, but he's narrowed it down to 2 players.
Hey guys, I'm gonna put you on mute for like 5 minutes, and I'll be right with you.
All right. Why don't we let Oren get back to us?
Okay, I'm just gonna put it on mute. So you want me to call back?
How about I mute you and I'll call you back at 11:25. It's 11:18.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thanks.
All right. So I'm saying Gray over Orhorho because the Steelers have 7 defensive ends on the roster and they only have 5 linebackers. And I think Gray can beat out 2 of those 5 linebackers, Mark Robinson, their undrafted player, for that 4th linebacker spot. Because I think the free agents they added, Patrick Queen has his roster spot locked up. Landon Roberts has his roster spot locked up. Cole Holcomb has his roster spot locked up. It's basically Cedric Gray. Can Cedric Gray beat out Mark Robinson and Tyler Murray for the number 4 linebacker job straight out of camp if you draft him? I say, yeah. He might be a backup his rookie year, but I think he can beat those guys out for a job in training camp. That's what this comes down to. There's no guarantee Orhorho beats out the other veterans like DeMarvin Leal, Loudermilk, Dean Lowry, the current backups. I know you don't like keeping track of all these names from a depth chart standpoint, but it's important. When you're a team like the Steelers and you're torn on 2 players, you got to trust the depth chart. You got to trust what you see. That's my case for Cedric Gray. You don't have to rush him. You can make him your number 4 linebacker. You can make him inactive and have him learn the playbook for a year and ease him into the transition, which will make him better in the long run. So, I say we go Gray. Are you leaning Gray now after taking that into consideration? This is the thing. If you draft Orhorho, he's not guaranteed to make the roster. He might make the roster, but he might be a 3rd stringer. You don't want to spend a 3rd-round pick on a 3rd stringer. You have Loudermilk, you have DeMarvin Leal, you have Dean Lowry. And Loudermilk took the defensive end job from Leal, who was a 3rd-round pick. So you might be getting another DeMarvin Leal. Because Leal had a 1st-round grade, too. The Steelers have 7 interior linemen on the depth chart. If you draft an 8th one, there's no guarantee you're getting a 2nd-string player. If the rookie struggles in training camp, you're getting a 3rd-string player. That's my entire argument. If you still want Orhorho, we'll give the Steelers a 3rd-stringer just to fuck with them as a Browns fan. We can do that. It's your pick. It's your pick. You have final say here. So if you want to pick Orhorho, we're just going to do it and move along. I don't agree with it, but it is what it is. 7 guys don't suck. Larry Ogunjobi doesn't suck. He might be a journeyman, but he doesn't suck. He's average. He's average. He's average. He's barely above meh, but he's average. He's good enough to keep his roster spot. Lowry, he's a journeyman now. He used to be a starter. He's a journeyman. He's not bad for a backup, but you can upgrade there. Loudermilk sucks. DeMarvin Leal can't beat out Loudermilk for a roster spot. So by your logic, he sucks too. Fehoko, former Charger, sucks. Jacob Slade, went undrafted, sucks. So basically, 3 of your defensive linemen are decent, and it's Orhorho. I think even if everything went well for Orhorho, best case scenario, he's the number 4 defensive end on the depth chart, behind Hayward, Ogunjobi, and Lowry. Because I don't trust Loudermilk. But in Loudermilk's defense, he beat out Leal for a backup defensive end job, which means Leal's not the guy either. See, we might disagree on the Steelers because you're looking at the tape. I'm looking at the depth chart. We might disagree for that reason, but the Steelers have 7 defensive ends, and 3 of them are good enough to make the roster. The 2, Loudermilk and Leal, are on the chopping block, and the other 2 suck. So it basically comes down to whether you think Orhorho can beat out Leal and Loudermilk for that 4th defensive end spot, because Hayward, Ogunjobi, and Lowry are going to be on the active roster come week 1. Whether you like them or not, those are going to be on the final roster. Both of our arguments are logical. But since Joey's making the pick for Pittsburgh, we're going Orhorho, and I'm just gonna we're just gonna move along. I don't agree with it, but that's what it is. And speaking of Joey, he's still on the clock. The Browns are up next. The Cleveland Browns are back on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah. I feel like you're going to go Kiran Amagaji, the Yale left tackle. He's been on the board too long, and even if you draft him, worst case scenario, he becomes the backup to Wills, if you extend Wills. Worst case scenario, he's another backup because both Wills and Hudson are in contract years. So if both suck and Amagaji does well, worst case scenario, you have a backup left tackle. If Amagaji sucks too, you can keep him as a backup and draft another rookie in the first round at left tackle. So it's a win-win for the Browns if you take him here. It's a win-win if you take Amagaji here. And Hudson is in a contract year too. So if you don't re-sign either, you're going to need 2 left tackles. So even if Amagaji becomes a backup, he's still on a rookie deal on the Browns, who've been very good at developing linemen. And it's a win-win scenario. Worst case scenario, you get a high-end backup. And best case scenario, you get your starting left tackle in the 3rd round. That's what Joey's looking for when it comes to the left tackle position. And even though Amagaji's age isn't listed, we found out he's 22. So he played right guard in high school or his freshman year at Yale, and then he played left tackle the last 2 years. And you already drafted a left guard, so worst case scenario, you're getting a backup right guard for 2 years that you can mold into Wyatt Teller's replacement. And the best case scenario is you get your left tackle of the future if things don't work out. So either way, it's a great pick for the Browns. Like, you can't go wrong regardless of where you put him. Worst case scenario, you're getting a high-end backup, and best case scenario, you're either getting a starting left tackle or a starting guard in 2 years. So it's a great pick. And with Andrew Berry's Ivy League ties, I could see him making this pick. Yeah. He did. He didn't give up any sacks, and he didn't give up any sacks. He gave up 1 sack the last 2 years at Yale, and 7 quarterback hurries in 2 years at left tackle at Yale. That's it. I think he gave up 7 career quarterback hurries, only 1 the last 2 years, and no sacks. His only sack he surrendered was at guard. So he never gave up a sack at left tackle. The only sack he allowed was at guard his freshman year. So Take.
I'm going to take here because
Yeah, it just makes sense. I would have to give you a TED Talk if you didn't take him. I'm glad you realize he has value here because I took him with the Patriots last time. And Joey's on the clock again. The Texans are up next. The Texans are up next. I know you want to talk about Amagagi. The Texans are up next. But let's. Texans took Enos Rakestraw Jr., who I have a third-round grade on, as their number 2 corner, and because they haven't gotten a corner in free agency yet, so they took Rakestraw. Some people have a first on Rakestraw. I think he's more of a third, but Texans took him at 42. The Texans like Rakestraw. And then their second-round pick, they took Roman Wilson out of Michigan to reunite with Nico Collins. And you don't have to rush Roman Wilson either because you have Nico Collins for one more year. You also have Tank Dell. So you're in a unique situation where you don't have to rush Roman Wilson with his development. You also have Noah Brown, who did well. You have all your receivers from last year back. So you can redshirt Wilson and ease him into this lineup. You're in a great spot with him. And I think Wilson's good enough to beat out Xavier Hutchinson for the number 6 job. He might even be able to beat out Mechie and Woods. If Woods gets injured, he can just replace Woods on second team. And Woods is going to get injured. He's been injured each of the last 3 years, Robert Woods. I'm surprised he hasn't been cut. I'm thinking Woods is a post-June 1st cut if you get Roman Wilson or any of these rookie receivers if you're the Texans. Because Robert Woods just can't stay healthy.
I think because of his leukemia and everything, last year was his year to get his butt back in.
So basically, by drafting Roman Wilson, you've got this competition between Noah Brown, Hutchinson, Mechie, and Robert Woods for the number 3 job. You have 5 guys that can compete for the number 3 job, and Collins and Dell are your top 2 guys for Stroud. And Dalton Schultz got extended. You brought in Mixon. I love what the Texans have done, but it's Joey's pick. We'll see who's on the board here. Who's this? Hayden, Joe Hayden. But you brought in, he's not in the league anymore, Joe Hayden, but the Texans have the Texans drafted Rakestraw out of Missouri and Roman Wilson out of Michigan. How do you feel about Cedric Van Pran? The only reason I'm bringing Van Pran up is because both Juice Scruggs and Jarrett Patterson dealt with injuries at center. And Van Pran's like the only other center left in the draft that's a day 1 starter, and you don't have to rush him in. You can move him around or whatever. I just feel like the Texans have nothing to lose by picking him. Worst case scenario, you get a backup center, and you can move either because you have Juice Scruggs as your starting center and Patterson as your backup. I would move Patterson over to left guard because right now the backup left guard to Kenyon Green is Kendrick Green from the Steelers. And honestly, I think Patterson's better than Green. So if you move Patterson over to left guard and you draft Van Pran, you kill 2 birds with 1 stone when it comes to adding depth on the interior. We could go right tackle, too. Right now, the backup right tackle to Titus Howard is Charlie Heck because George Fant re-signed with Seattle. George Fant went back to Seattle, and George Fant was the Texans' right tackle. He was the bookend of Tunsil. So now Howard, who moved from left guard, moves back to right tackle. Kenyon Green moves back to a left guard. The Texans aren't going to be able to pay both Green and Howard restructured. So they're going to move on from one of those 2. It's just a matter of which one they move on from. So I'm guessing you want me to pull up the linemen. We could go Mahogany here. We could go Van Pran. Dominic Pooney, the Kansas left tackle, is there. He can play tackle or guard anywhere. Matt Goncalves, the Pitt right tackle, is there. Well, Charlie Campbell has him going to the Patriots in round 3. I don't think he's that good, but he is listed as a consensus 4th-round pick. It's a really deep tackle draft. Oren's back. We're on the. Hey, Oren, we're back. We're on the Texans, but we have no idea what to do with the Texans. At least Joey doesn't. What do you feel like the Texans should do? We went corner and receiver.
Isn't that what they always get?
Yeah, but it works. They reload at the position and have success there.
Who's their running back right now?
They brought in Mixon in a trade with the Bengals, and Pierce is still on his rookie deal.
Okay, so that's...
I'm not opposed to giving him another running back, but I'm thinking that's a round 5 through 7 thing. Probably 6 to 7 if we're being realistic, since 4 running backs are already on the roster, and they have 2 fullbacks on top of that.
Yeah. I am going to have to... they really are... Well, then they're pretty good at offense right now.
Actually, the Texans brought in Okudah from the Falcons, so Okudah would be the number 2 corner. I'm guessing Rakestraw would play nickel, Joey, because right now Desmond King, who was the nickel last year, signed a 1-year team-friendly deal, but Rakestraw would probably beat out King for the nickel job. No, it would be a competition. It would be King, C.J. Henderson, Miles Bryant from New England, and Mike Ford from the Browns, and Chris Boyd from the Vikings. All 5 of those guys would compete for the nickel job and push each other to the limit, and it'd be best man wins. But I think the Missouri corner, the corner you drafted at 42, end up winning the job at the end of the day. I don't know. It would be King or it'd probably come down to King or Rakestraw. I don't know, Joey. I still like King slightly more than Rakestraw, but that's a tough call because you got all those good corners. You got King, you got Bryant, you got Mike Ford, Chris Boyd. You drafted Rakestraw at 42. I think any of those guys could win the nickel job next to Stingley and Okudah. And Okudah can't stay healthy. That's why he's on his 3rd team in the last 3 years. So... Yeah. They did re-sign Dalton Schultz. They've got Tegan Quattoriano and they've got Brevin Jordan all under contract. But Jordan's entering a contract year. Dalton Keene's undrafted. So if you draft a 3rd tight end, you're basically giving Quattoriano competition for the backup tight end job. You've extended Schultz for 3 years. He's going to remain the starter. There's not a tight end left in the draft that can supplant Dalton Schultz. I'm not opposed to a tight end. It's your pick. But at the same time, we got to be realistic. There's not a tight end left in this draft that can supplant Schultz.
The tight end is not a need here. That's the thing.
Agreed.
You're just jumping to conclusions going, you can't figure out what you want to put here.
I agree with Oren, actually, but it's Joey's pick. And he's going through all the scenarios. He's trying to strategize what's the best scenario for the Texans. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the Texans because the Texans brought Tim Boyle in. I'm not joking, Joey. The quarterback room for the Texans is Stroud, Davis Mills at 2, Case Keenum at 3, and Tim Boyle at 4. The Texans actually signed Tim Boyle to a contract. Remember Tim Boyle, former Lions backup? Yeah, he's on the Texans now. It's like Tim Boyle has to have dirt on the Texans. He has to have dirt on the Texans. It's like Nate Peterman. He has to have something on the GM to get a contract with the Texans. My best tight end let's look at the tight ends. All right, let's look at these tight ends for the Texans here. Best tight end on the board, according to me, is Dallin Holker out of Colorado State. He is my sleeper. I love Dallin Holker. I think he's the George Kittle of this class. I think he's the tight end that you can get on day 3 and get a day 1 starter out of. The media's higher on Ben Sinote, Kansas State, and Theo Johnson, Penn State, but I love Holker. I think Holker is the gem of this draft at tight end. Holker didn't drop a pass at the combine either. And he dominated against Oren's alma mater, Colorado. He had the game-tying touchdown for Colorado State that sent that game into overtime. Holker's good. Like, I would go Dallin Holker, and my defensive suggestion would be Mohamed Kamara, who had 2 sacks on Shedeur Sanders. But that might be because Colorado's offensive line was awful last year. I mean, I'm not a Colorado alumnus like Oren, so I can't really say. So it sounds like you want Holker from what I've said, because I saw Holker interview on a podcast and he sounded really good too. Like, he sounded really professional, knowledgeable, on top of things. Sounded like a workaholic. Somebody wants to come in and do something with the team that picks him. I like Holker. I think he's the Kittle of this draft. I think if you're looking for a George Kittle on day 3, it's Dallin Holker. That doesn't mean he'll have the same career Kittle will have. He's more likely to be a Dalton Schultz, but he reminds me of Kittle. And I think you're getting Dalton Schultz value worst case scenario with Holker. I really do like Holker. Can you speak up, Joey? I can't hear you. Can you speak up a little bit, Joey? I can barely hear you. I can hear you.
Because I'm blocked by the rain. I'll be in a place in a few minutes.
All right. It sounds like you want to get Dallin Holker as an up, and I do like Holker. It's not that I dislike Tegan Quatoriano and Brevin Jordan, but Brevin Jordan lost the tight end 1 job to Quatoriano, who's now the backup, and I don't think Quatoriano has the upside Holker has. So I do think Holker's an upgrade at tight end 2 behind Schultz. That's a perfect role for him. So is it Holker the pick? All right. We're locked in on Dallin Holker. Who are we on now? Pick 87, the Dallas Cowboys. It is my turn. And then Oren has the Packers and Buccaneers. So I'm going to pick for Dallas here. Kerm got Chris Jenkins and J.C. Latham at left tackle and Chris Jenkins at defensive tackle. I'm going to go linebacker, and I'm going to take the guy. I'm going to take my number 2 linebacker, a guy who is ranked way too low on this list. Jalen Ford out of Texas. Welcome to Dallas, your Leighton Vander Esch's replacement. I can't believe he's listed at 205. I had a 2nd-round grade on Jalen Ford. So Jalen Ford is a Cowboy. Boom. Oren, you were on the clock. Packers. The Packers have dominated this draft. They got a safety. They got 2 offensive linemen and a middle linebacker. So they have dominated this draft, Oren.
Who else is what's their needs? Because I'm not looking right now.
They could use some cornerback depth. Best corner on the board is Chris cornerback. And the best corner on the board is Chris Abrams-Drain out of Missouri. He did really well against Ohio State in the bowl game, even with Marvin Harrison Jr. out of the lineup. He was able to blanket Egbuka. I like Abrams-Drain here because worst case scenario, Eric Stokes gets injured again, and you're thin at corner, and you can stash Abrams-Drain and bring him in. I like him more than Corey Ballantyne, who's the number 5 corner. I think he can push Corey Ballantyne for playing time. And frankly, I like Ballantyne more than Keyshawn Nixon, the nickel corner and captain on the Packers. So I like Abrams-Drain here. I think that's a great pick Corner's probably a big need for Green Bay. They also lack guard depth.
I think you defined my pick better than I would right at the moment, so I think we're just going to go with what you got.
Abrams Drain. All right, Chris Abrams Drain, the Missouri corner. I'm sure Lisa will be happy with that pick, and if she's not, I apologize in advance. Buccaneers are up on the clock. They took a quarterback and receiver. I honestly don't even know what the Buccaneers' needs are. They franchise tagged Winfield. I'm thinking linebacker because they lost Devin White. So I'm thinking inside linebacker, but I'm looking. They did draft some inside linebackers like Dennis and KJ Britt. So I don't think they need a linebacker, but you can add depth there. The Eagles' backup right guard, Sua Opeta, is the starting left guard. Gross. I think we got to give Tampa a left guard because the Eagles' backup right guard is the starting left guard on Tampa. I'm just disgusted by that. And an undrafted free agent's the backup. So I think we got to go best guard on the board here, even if it's a
the guy from Boston College.
I love that pick. 0 sacks allowed, dominated the Shrine Bowl. I think Mahogany's a third-round pick. Love that selection, Oren. That's exactly what I would have done. Love that pick with an L. Okay, the Cardinals are up at 90. Right now, I'm really tempted to give the Cardinals Mike. Well, we're going to go McKinley Jackson. That's the guy Jordan wanted. He's still on the board at 90. So we're going to go McKinley Jackson. That's the guy Jordan Alexander wanted. He's still there. We're going to go with him to save time. I just think that's a smart way to go about this. Is if McKinley Jackson is there, we go with him to save time. And that's what we're going to do. And now Oren's back on the clock at 93. 91, actually, and 92. I know the Packers and Buccaneers both have multiple third-round picks. It's nuts. So Oren gets to make 2 more picks, and then Joey's up at 93. If you're about to get into work, we can pick up where you left off.
I'm just going to get right into work right now, so you're going to have to give me a minute.
All right.
Okay, unless you want to discuss those 2 picks, and I'll come back to you. But, my recommendation, let's give the young quarterback a backup.
I like that. Michael Pratt, because right now the backup to Jordan Love is Sean Clifford at Penn State. I don't like Clifford. I think he's a warm body. I think Pratt has potential to develop into a starter, and he goes into Green Bay in like a Mark Brunell, Matt Hasselbeck situation. I love that for Green Bay. I mean, I like Michael Pratt for Green Bay here. That's a great pick. And he's in the same situation Hasselbeck was in when Favre was there. He literally is in the exact same situation. Pratt, he's in the exact same situation that the backups the Packers had were in when they were behind Favre. It's a great fit, and it's an upgrade over Clifford, who I did not like coming out of Penn State. I had an undrafted grade on Clifford. And Clifford wasn't bad against the Vikings, but I think he went 1 for 4. Just not very spectacular, but the Packers were trouncing the Vikings. He didn't have to run the ball. Buccaneers are up. I know the guy picking for the Buccaneers is a huge Florida State fan. How do you feel about Trey Benson here, Joey? Trey Benson's still on the board. I'm not a Trey Benson fan personally. I like Cora more, but the guy picking for the Buccaneers is a Florida State fan. I think Trey Benson is a backup on the Buccaneers behind Rachaad White. That might not be a bad fit for him. So, Trey Benson, I'm not opposed to it. Well, they've got Chase Edmonds and Sean Tucker as the backups to White. Do you trust Benson to beat out Edmonds and Tucker? Or are you that high on him? We could also go safety. Jordan Whitehead starting at strong safety, and Kevon Merriweather, who's undrafted, is the backup. You also have Richard LeCount, former Brown, as the backup to Winfield. So the lack of safety depth is really alarming in Tampa. But since you've already went with Benson, we'll roll with it. I don't like the safety class. I think Jaden Hicks and Bo Braid, the two guys, Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks, are hyping up. They're hyping them up because there's a lack of talent at the position. They're not hyping them up because they're good. They're hyping them up because there's a lack of elite talent at the position, and they get paid to hype guys up. They're draft marketers. They're not experts. They claim to be experts. They're actually marketers marketing their thoughts on the draft. That's the whole thing with it. But, you can't go on NFL Network and say that. It's not respectful to say that if you get invited on NFL Network. You can't. So, but I think we're in agreement. Benson's the pick here. I'd rather take Benson over any of the safeties available. Ravens are on the clock. Joey, it's another pick. Brian Lewis, he took Tyler Guyton, which pisses you off as a Browns fan. And then they got Darius Robinson, the edge rusher from Missouri, which probably pisses you off even more as a Browns fan, that the Ravens are crushing this draft so far. They got Guyton to replace Moses, and they also got Darius Robinson out of Missouri in round 2 at 62, which is incredible value for Robinson that late in the draft. So as a Browns fan, I'm sure you're not thrilled with the Ravens dominating this draft. Brian Lewis went with a receiver here in round 3. My best receiver on the board is Johnny Wilson. Johnny Wilson is my my best receiver available.
I still think they have downgraded so far in free agency.
I disagree. I mean, I think they upgraded at running back.
Travis Henry. Well, they got Travis Henry.
You called Derrick Henry Travis Henry. Travis Henry played in the 90s, man. I know, I need to be more sympathetic to the name mix-ups. I did it myself, but Travis Henry was the Bills running back in the 90s. That was Ricky Williams doing a bong hit, and that's like Ricky Williams doing a bong hit during a podcast like Laramie Tunsil. And to be fair to Ricky Williams, the weed he smoked helps him cope with his injury. So we're not going to shame him for that. If it helps you deal with your injury, do it. Do it. If it helps you recover from your injury, smoke weed.
I will duck my head in shame on that one. But they lost a lot of talent. And Henry, while he is a great all-time talent, he's getting older. I think they have to go.
The Ravens only have 5 receivers on the depth chart. That's even more alarming, Joey. You have Flowers and Bateman back. Nelson Aguilar replaces Beckham as your slot receiver, your starter. You have Teelan Wallace as the number 4 guy. And the number 5 guy is Sean Ryan, an undrafted free agent. There's not a number 6 receiver on this roster. And honestly, some of the receivers left in this draft might be upgrades over Nelson Aguilar. My suggested pick here would be Johnny Wilson, because Brian Lewis drafted a receiver last time. I think he took Polk. He's gone. And, Johnny Wilson's the top receiver on the board. So Leggette's there. Jermaine Burton's there. Pearsall's there. There's a bunch of guys we could pick. Malik Washington, Virginia. He had a good pro day and good Shrine Bowl. We could go with one of them instead. There's a lot of guys we could pick, but I think we got to go receiver here. You still have Keaton Mitchell. Keaton Mitchell's the backup. Keaton Mitchell, if he's healthy, he's a nice change of pace back to Henry. And I think this is Henry's peak year. You don't want it to be Henry's peak year as a Browns fan, but I think this is going to be the peak year where Henry puts it together and the Ravens win the Super Bowl. I just do. It's a gut feeling.
But the thing is, he doesn't have a guard or a center.
He doesn't have a center. That's bullshit. The Ravens drafted Linderbaum in the first round. Linderbaum was a top 3 center on Pro Football Focus, buddy.
Center, I misspoke at center. I meant guard. Right and left guard.
Well, Voorhees is the left guard. Voorhees was good before his injury. He was a second rounder before his injury. I just think a lot of people are downplaying Voorhees because of the ACL injury at the combine. You're not certain with what you're getting in the NFL, even though he's great in college. The uncertainty is what scares you. But there's not a third-round guard on the board. And you have Ben Cleveland as the right guard. I liked Ben Cleveland as a borderline starter coming out of Georgia.
Cleveland's all right. Yeah, Ben Cleveland's all right. I don't have a huge problem with Ben Cleveland.
I don't like Malesa Amule-Lavu, the Oregon left tackle the Ravens drafted either. And you brought in Josh Jones as a replacement to Makari. I like that move. So if Ronnie Stanley if Ronnie Stanley, Makari re-signed with the Ravens. So right now the Ravens have Ronnie Stanley and Guyton as their tackles. Makari and Jones are the backup tackles, and Daniel Falele's third string. So the Ravens actually have more depth at tackle than last year with the Tyler Guyton pick that the Ravens made in the first round. And I guess you could move Falele inside to guard. You could try that. I'm not saying it would work, but you could try that. There's really not a guard worth taking here. I mean, you have Dominic Pooney out of Kansas, who's a left tackle. You could kick him inside to guard. That's the only third-round guy. All the linemen on the board are either tackles or centers, Joey. And there's not a guy in the top 120 that's a guard. The best guard available is Trevor Keegan, the Michigan guard, at 144. The other option is Mason McCormick, a South Dakota State guard that Tanya Holmes told Lisa to draft. When Lisa took Graham Barton, Tanya told her to wait and take Mason McCormick. Might get better value, and Lisa just dismissed Tanya's thought process there. I mean, McCormick's gained some traction. We could have another FCS guy in round 3. So, and there's that temptation with McCormick.
I think, as much as I hate to say this, don't McCormick, because I think he has Pro Bowl potential.
Interesting. Lisa thinks McCormick's a career backup, and Tanya thinks he's a high-end starter, but not a Pro Bowler. You think she's better than Tanya's making her out to be. That's interesting. All right, so we're going to go Mason McCormick. 2 FCS guys in day 2. Amagaji, Yale, McCormick for the Ravens. All right, I don't have a problem with that, which means the Niners are on the clock. Niners, they drafted a safety. They drafted Bullard as a nickel corner, and they drafted a right tackle in Fautanu. They need an upgrade at right guard, but there's not a guy available. They could also use center depth. Let's look at the Niners depth chart, because honestly, I have no idea what we're doing here. I'll pick for the Chiefs. You can pick for the Niners, and then we'll go to the comp picks. All right, so CJ Cuevas took Graham Barton in the last group mock. Right now, the backup to Jake Brennel is Corey Luciano. I would recommend Cedric Van Pran here. Van Pran's still on the board. We considered him earlier in round 3, but nobody picked Van Pran. And he goes into a great situation in San Francisco where he gets to learn from Trent Williams, learn from Jake Brendel at center, learn from all these veteran linemen. I think you got to go Van Pran here if you're the Niners. As much as I hate to say it, that's an amazing value pick this late in the draft for San Francisco. Cedric Van Pran out of Georgia. What do you think? Do you have a better idea for what the Niners could do? Could also go Johnny Wilson, who's still on the board. The current backups to Ayuk and Samuel are Juwan Jennings in the slot. Danny Gray and Ronnie Bell are your number 4 and 5, and you have Conley as your number 6, who actually made some big plays in the Super Bowl. So, I mean, it's not like the Niners are desperate for a receiver. What do you think here, Joey? You want me to get CJ, who picked for the Niners, on the call, see if he'll answer? Just for one pick?
I really don't think the 49ers are hurting for much money.
Well, the best player on the board is Xavier Legette, according to Xavier Legette is the best player on the board according to NFL Draft Buzz. I think this is, but he has drops. You also have Burton, you have Pearsall, you have Jalen Wright you could add. Cedric Van Pran, I think, is a really good fit because right now the starting center is Jake Brendel. But the thing is, when Brendel was injured, they moved Feliciano to center. So I don't think Corey Luciano would be the backup center. But Feliciano did take the right guard job from Burford, so it complicates things. But I think from a need standpoint, Van Pran's the best fit because he's my number 3 center. He was my number 1 center heading into the year, and you're getting him as a backup to Brendel. Brendel's still your starter, but Van Pran's a guy who can learn and develop under him, and maybe he's your future center. So at this point, I would go Brendel. I would go Van Pran to learn under Brendel. I don't trust Corey Luciano as the backup center. And even if you move Feliciano to center, you're just promoting Burford, who lost the right guard job to Feliciano. And Maurice Jones-Drew on NFL Network, he kept bitching about Feliciano and Burford being liabilities on the Niners at right guard in the Super Bowl. So I would just go with Van Pran and groom him behind Brendel and reload at center. Because you got to pay Aaron Banks. You got Trent Williams under contract, but you got to pay Banks. You gave Colton McKivitz a 1-year deal. You drafted Fautanu in the first round, which allows you to have a bookend to Williams, which is good. But those center and right guard spots need to be upgraded. I like Brendel enough to give him 1 more year as the starter, but I do think you have 2 right guards under contract. Let the right guards play it out. You can move McKivitz to right guard and start Fautanu at right tackle. He's the best player on the board, according to NFL Draft Buzz. Not according to Chris Ransom, but according to NFLDraftBuzz.com. Legette's the top player on the board. I love his route running, but he's 24. You know, the photo of Jeremiah, yeah, so are you picking Legette here? Is that your suggested pick, Legette? Because he's in a situation where you don't have to play him right away. You can stash him for depth and develop him at his own pace, kind of like the Browns with Cedric Tillman. And that's the type of team Legette's got to go to if he's going to have a shot at succeeding.
That's my suggestion.
All right. So we will go with Xavier Legette to San Francisco because I want to make the pick for the Chiefs. The Chiefs are Andrew Ransom's team. My mom, my older brother, they're Chiefs fans. We lived in Kansas City when they had Derek Thomas. So with this pick, I am taking Ken LeBlanc's wide receiver 1, Johnny Wilson. Welcome to Kansas City. The Chiefs, the Chiefs got Xavier Worthy in the first round. You were on the phone, Oren. Oh, wait, you're here? I guess it's a group decision now. I was going to make Johnny Wilson the pick for the Chiefs, but nobody had any objections. I thought you left the call, Oren. But okay, but I'm picking Wilson unless you guys have a better suggestion because you get the fastest receiver and the tallest.
You know, have another Andy Reid join this pitiful team. I can care less.
So Oren just hates the idea of Xavier Worthy, who ran a 4.22, and Johnny Wilson, a 6'7" receiver on the Chiefs with Mahomes. He hates the idea of those two as security blankets for Mahomes. That's your beef. It's not a beef with those players as people. It's a beef with the Chiefs getting more talent. And Joey can sympathize with that as a Browns fan because he's just as sick of the Chiefs as you are. Jason's just as sick of the Chiefs as Jason hates the Chiefs more than the Steelers now. Like, he's declared the Chiefs its enemy.
I mean, it's a joke, dude. It's like nobody can win then. I mean, come on. I could get into so much details. As you know, I said offline. It's ridiculous. And I think Joey will agree with me.
Well, looking at the Chiefs, I'm going to look at the Chiefs. They did make a trade with me. Looking at what they did, they've had a good draft.
Joey, don't you agree?
They did lose Tommy Townsend. Their punter to the Texans. I'm not opposed to giving the Chiefs a punter. I really am not. I'm not opposed to giving the Chiefs a punter here. But look at what they did with the draft. At 32, the Chiefs took Xavier Worthy, who ran a 4.22 at the combine. And so it's going to be Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, and Marquez Brown from the Cardinals as your starters. So if you draft Johnny Wilson, you can develop him for a year. Sky Moore's now the number 4 guy. You can bring in Johnny Wilson, who's 6'7", to compete with Sky Moore for that number 4 job. And I have a 3rd-round grade on Johnny Wilson. And he's my number 1 receiver on the board. And he's Ken LeBlanc's favorite receiver in the entire draft. So I want to give Ken LeBlanc's favorite receiver to Patrick Mahomes just to torture the NFL for another decade. Only because my mom and brother are Chiefs fans. That's why I'm doing this. Or not to torture you, but to make my parents and brother happy. Don't you like making your family happy too, guys? No. You sound rebellious like Ricky Bobby and Talladega Nights. I dig it. All right, we'll look up the Chiefs depth chart since Oren's opposed to the Chiefs and you're both opposed, and this is a draftocracy, a democracy for draftniks. That's the definition of a draftocracy. We operate under a draftocracy. So if Oren and Joey are opposed to me picking a receiver, I won't pick one. But it's not because I don't want to. It's because I have that luxury. And you're saying Wilson's not a good scheme fit for Kansas City, even though he's the best receiver on my board. All right, so what can we do? The Chiefs do not have a backup to Creed Humphrey or Trey Smith. And Nick Allegretti, the backup left guard to Thuney, is gone. So the Chiefs have 0 in depth on the interior. So we're going Cedric Van Pran. It's either Van Pran or it's either Cedric Van Pran as a backup to Creed Humphrey with Humphrey on the final year of his rookie deal, because let's face it, if Veach decides not to pay Creed Humphrey, which would be foolish, you can bring in Van Pran. He learns under Humphrey for a year, and if he takes over, there's no drop-off in the offensive line play. And if you pay Humphrey on a cheap team-friendly deal, you can stash Van Pran as your backup center if an injury occurs to Humphrey. So it's a win-win either way if you're the Chiefs. There's no Mike Caliendo, who was a practice squad guy last year, is the backup left guard. There is no center or right guard if Trey Smith or Creed Humphrey gets injured. That's an issue. And the Chiefs have to address that, unfortunately. Well, look at the depth chart. Let's look at the depth chart before we dismiss this. Because if you draft Xavier Worthy in round 1, he supplants Justin Watson as a starter. Watson moves down to second team with Tony and Moore. And I'm guessing Watson would be wide receiver 4. Moore would be wide receiver 5. And Tony would be wide receiver 6, even though Tony should be cut to save cap space. But I don't think the Chiefs can cut him until 2025. So he's wide receiver 6. And then you got Justin Ross as wide receiver 7 when healthy, and his former Clemson teammate Cornell Powell as wide receiver 8. That's the Chiefs depth chart right now, Joey. So you're right. There's already 8 good receivers. Is Johnny Wilson an upgrade over all 8 of those receivers? He might be an upgrade from Tony, Ross, and Powell, but he's still a downgrade over Brown, Rice, Xavier Worthy, Justin Watson, and Sky Moore. And that's your whole argument. That's really your whole argument at the end of the day. Sure, we'd like to have an upgraded number 6 receiver, but you can get one later. That's your whole argument, and it's a valid one.
And my thing is, John Wilson, I think he's going to be a future star.
We could also go Cedric Gray. The reason I suggest Cedric Gray is because Nick Bolton's in the final year of his contract. Drew Tranquill's replacing Willie Gay Jr. You still have Chenal as your Sam linebacker and a backup weak side and backup middle linebacker if Tranquill or Bolton gets injured. But you don't have depth if multiple starters, Tranquill, Bolton, Chenal, get injured. If multiple starters get injured, you don't have any depth at linebackers. So we can go Cedric Gray, or we can go Cedric Gray, North Carolina, Johnny Wilson, Florida State, or Cedric Van Pran, Georgia. Those are the three best logistical options for the Chiefs.
Ask about Johnny Wilson. Will he make the final 53? Because he will get trained if put on a practice squad. Will he make that final 53?
The Chiefs replaced Tommy Townsend with Matt Arriaza, the former San Diego State punter that was falsely accused of hooking up with a minor that the Bills cut. That's the new Chiefs punter. He's a younger version of Tommy Townsend, and he's getting a second chance in Kansas City. So we could draft Tommy Townsend here, but I believe in second chances, and I don't, as good as Tommy Townsend is, I don't think he's better than Arriaza. Arriaza was a beast at San Diego State. Blacklisted from the NFL. He's blacklisted. Now he's getting a second chance with the Chiefs. I don't want to ruin that because I think as a punter, as good as Townsend was, I liked Arriaza more than Townsend coming out of San Diego State before the false accusation occurred. So that's my argument against the punter. But I'm not opposed to it. If you and Oren both say we're taking Townsend because of the Arriaza accusations, we'll pick a punter. But I think Joey's opposed to picking a punter too. That's at least what I'm interpreting here. Maybe in round 4 or 5 we pick a punter, but not here. Not in day 2. It's too fucking early for a punter. Pardon my language. But yeah, that's basically the thought process.
Blacklisted by the NFL. Hey, guess what? Even Kareem Hunt got a second chance. And they got videotape on him beat the shit out of somebody. Out of a woman.
And the woman later admitted she lied about the thing for money. She later admitted she lied about the thing to get money off the punter. So that should be a jailable offense, but it's not going to be. But I'm just saying, that's technically perjury. It is. She didn't say that in court, but she sued the guy, falsely accused him, and then admitted she lied about it later for attention. That's technically perjury if you want to get technical. She didn't do it in a court of law, though, and the definition of perjury is lying in the court of law. So she did come.
You can still charge her criminally because she's using police assets to do that.
So basically, if we don't take a punter here, I guess our options are Johnny Wilson, Cedric Van Pran, or Cedric Gray. I like Tommy Eichenberg, but he doesn't have the athleticism Gray has. And Gray's just a better value pick here. So those are our options if we're Kansas City. Which of those 3 sounds the most appealing? Because I'm not opposed to a linebacker for depth, even though I think center depth's a bigger need with only one center on the depth chart. The backup linebackers to Tranquil, Bolton, and Schnall are Cam Jones, who did promising in the Week 18 game, undrafted. Jack Cochran, undrafted. And Cole Christensen, undrafted. So right now, all the Chiefs' backup linebackers are undrafted players. I think Cedric Gray, Cedric Van Pran are the best options, Joey. And it's a group decision. It's a group decision. Oren says punter. We both say no punter. You say no receiver. Oren says no receiver. So we can't go receiver. We can't go punter. So that leaves Van Pran, the center, as a backup to Creed Humphrey, who's in a contract year, hasn't been extended yet. Probably will be extended because he's been a top 5 center on Pro Football Focus 2 years in a row during the Chiefs' 2 Super Bowls. And you only have to pay him like 13.5, 14 million because 13 million is what Jason Kelsey made. So you probably only have to pay him 13.25 actually. If you want to lowball him, you probably only have to pay 13.25 a year to keep him. And we both know Veach is going to do that. As a chess master at general manager, we both know Veach is going to do that. So I guess I don't think Bolton's going to get paid, Joey, because Tranquil got a 3-year deal. Chanel still has 2 years left on his rookie deal. And Bolton got injured multiple times. So I don't know. Between Gray and Van Pran, who do you like more? That's the $1 billion question, because this is a group decision. The Jaguars are on deck, Joey, and you're pissing off the city of Jacksonville by stalling with this big decision. You're pissing off your citizens in your hometown by stalling here. So who do you want to pick? Don't you want to talk about the Jaguars? It's a coin flip. You want to flip a coin? We're going to flip a coin. I've decided we're going to flip a coin to decide the Chiefs' fate. Because it's that big of a decision, Joey can't decide. Joey's indecisiveness has forced me to resort to a coin flip for the Chiefs selection, which is going to piss off my mom and brother, but too bad. Heads, we go Cedric Van Pran. Tails, it's Cedric Gray. And the coin is up. It lands on heads. It lands on heads. Cedric Van Pran is the pick.
I'm going Van Pran either way.
So it's Cedric Van Pran to Kansas City. Yeah, and the Chiefs need depth at both positions, because right now, a practice squad guy is the backup to Thuney, and they don't have any backups to Humphrey or Smith if an injury occurs. So, I saw, yeah. So we're going to go Cedric Van Pran here. That is the pick. All right, Jacksonville is on the clock, Joey. The Jaguars, Ken LeBlanc, in round one, Ken LeBlanc went with his guy, Nate Wiggins. Nate Wiggins was Ken's cornerback one in his first mock. After the combine, Ken moved Cooper DeJean ahead of Wiggins, but the Colts took Cooper DeJean, so Ken settled for Wiggins. And it's funny because the last time...
You guys still there?
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about the Jaguars. The Chiefs, we took Cedric Van Pran. We're here. We're here. We were on the phone with someone else. We're here. We're picking for the Jaguars. It's Joey's pick. I'm just recapping what the Jaguars did because it's Joey's pick. It's his turn. Joey actually has the next 3 picks because the Jaguars, Bengals, and Steelers all have comp picks. But Joey's the Jacksonville resident on the podcast. In round one, the Jaguars took Nate Wiggins. Ken LeBlanc pissed off the Cardinals. Jordan Alexander called them Galileo. And then Marcus Cross, the Eagles fan in our group mock, was pissed off that Ken took Nate Wiggins. So Ken's managed to piss off both the Cardinals and Eagles. My brother has a saying, F the bird teams. That's his catchphrase. He does not like any of the bird teams in sports. But, you know, it's like... Yeah, but in round 2, Ken took T'Vondre Sweat to pair with Devon Hamilton as a backup. And I think Armstead's going to play 34 defensive end, but I am checking the depth chart real quickly to see what the Jaguars are going to do with Armstead, since it was Balky who drafted Armstead back in San Francisco. Armstead's a 34 right end, replacing Fatukasi. So Armstead's replacing Fatukasi. That's an upgrade over Fatukasi. And right now, the backup to Devon Hamilton is Ledbetter. And I would argue Sweat's an upgrade over Ledbetter at nose tackle. Maybe not a starter, but, you know, he's an upgrade over Ledbetter. So I don't hate the Sweat pick. I actually think it's a nice value pick for Jacksonville. But it's the 3rd round, and the Jaguars don't have a receiver.
It's really interesting because they usually don't upgrade that until around the draft or after the draft.
And Ken LeBlanc's favorite player in the draft is Johnny Wilson. That's Ken's favorite receiver. So I feel like we'd be doing Ken a disservice by not picking Johnny Wilson here, because that's his favorite receiver in the entire draft. He likes Johnny Wilson more than Marvin Harrison Jr.
I would have agreed with that, but they signed somebody for 10, 12 million a year, whatever.
Gabe Davis is a journeyman. I'm sorry, Joey, but Gabe Davis was the 3rd best receiver on the Bills last year. Khalil Shakir, the 2nd-year receiver, did better than him down the stretch. They overpaid Gabe Davis, and they overpaid Zay Jones. And you have Duvernay, too. You have Duvernay. And you still have Parker Washington on a rookie deal. So here's what you do. You bring in Johnny Wilson, but he starts out as the number 6. And if he wants a bigger role, he has to earn it every step of the way. I think Johnny Wilson has enough potential to be Kirk's number 2 guy. The problem is You overpaid Gabe Davis. You can't buy out Zay Jones until next year. You paid Duvernay a 1-year deal to replace your old punt returner because the Jaguars Agnew. They replaced Duvernay with Agnew. Duvernay's a good return specialist, and the backup return specialist is Parker Washington, who's got 1 year. And the thing is, I just like Johnny Wilson more than Duvernay and Washington. I say we pick him here. It's Ken's guy.
I agree with all that, Chris. But the thing is that the Jags have one glaring need that during their season this year, and that was injuries on the offensive line. That sucks.
Well, technically, they have Cam Robinson and Walker Little at left tackle. You have Anton Harrison and Cooper Hodges at right tackle. If Harrison stayed healthy, that's the one bright spot. Little had injury issues. Robinson got suspended the first 4 games, just to add clarity. You extended Ezra Cleveland at left guard, but you let the other, and you have Scherf for 1 more year. The problem is there's no guards worth taking. All the guards on the board are 5th-round prospects, and we're not taking a 5th-round guard in round 3. That's just not responsible drafting. If there was better guard on the board, so I say we make Ken happy and we give him Johnny Wilson here. I say we make Galileo happy and go Johnny Wilson. There's really not a better alternative at this point. As much as I hate to say it, there's really not. I'll look at the available prospects, but I'm sold on Johnny Wilson. We could go Jermaine Burton. The receiver Balky likes is Ricky Pearsall. The Jaguars showed up to Florida's pro day, and upon hearing that Ricky Pearsall was not going to work out, Trent Baalke basically just bolted on the pro day like James Bond breaking into a bank. He basically just left the pro day as soon as he found that out. So I think the Jaguars love Ricky Pearsall, but unfortunately, Trent Baalke sucks at drafting. I have more confidence in Ken than I do in Trent Baalke. So my pick would be Johnny Wilson. We could go Jalen Wright. No. Austin Booker's a 34 left outside linebacker at Kansas. We could get him as a backup edge rusher, but the Jaguars took 2 edges in 2023. They took Yasir Abdullah in the 5th round, and you also have Travis Gibson from the Titans. So I don't think they go edge rusher here. To go Blake Corum, I guess, if you want another running back, but you have Dearness Johnson and Bigsby. Even though I love the value of Corum here. I say we go with Ken's guy. I really don't know what else we can do.
I'm going to say a couple things.
Here's my counter proposal. If we go with Ken's guy, I will let you make a pick for I will let you make the Patriots 4th round pick, regardless of how much I love it or hate it. No, never mind. I retract that. Go ahead and pick someone else. If you think it's the best decision for the team. Can you pitch me your scenario A and your scenario B, and I'll pick the better of the 2 scenarios? Is that on the table? Because I hate surprises.
Okay. I'll do that. The principal, he has done a good job, and nobody thought he would do either of these jobs. So we'll give him a little benefit of the doubt. But the thing is, when you go, my first pick is offensive line.
Here are the top offensive linemen on the board. I'll give you a list. Dominic Pooney, Kansas. He's the top player available. He's listed at 89. He played left tackle at Kansas, but he showed the versatility to play tackle and guard at the Senior Bowl after his teammate was at the Shrine Bowl last year. You have Matt Goncalves out of Pittsburgh, played right tackle most of his career, moved over to left tackle to take over for Carter Warren. Blake Fisher, Notre Dame right tackle. Javon Foster, Missouri left tackle. Bo Limmer, Arkansas center. There's not really a guy with guard experience. Lau Tumea is a left tackle. He's 131 on the board. Had a rough Senior Bowl week. I love Christian Jones out of Texas, but he's a tackle. Roger Rosengarten is on the board still. I have a 5th round grade on Rosengarten because of how bad he played against Michigan, but everybody raved about him during the Senior Bowl. I mean, even Damian Parson believes he's a day 2 pick of the Draft Network, who follows me on Twitter. He believes Rosengarten's a day 2 pick, and Rosengarten was your your runner-up for the Browns at 54. So my guess is you're going to go Rosengarten here, even if that pisses off Ken, because that's the player you want. Because he can be a backup to both Anton Harrison and a backup to Scherf. He can be a backup to both of those guys. You don't have to rush him. You get a swing tackle and a swing guard for the price of one. And it's your pick, technically. So I'm guessing that's your pick. I loved Rosengarten heading into the season. I did. I thought Rosengarten was a sleeper heading into the season, heading into August. And then I watched him against Michigan. I'm like, no, he's probably a backup. He might develop into a starter, but he's going to start out as a backup.
You know, it gives you. I've been making the back. That was huge on the team. So when I see Chip fly and put hands, I'm like, ooh. Because I know how important that is. I know what that's going to develop into. And so Rosengarten would be my top one. That one. You got it. Wide receiver, floor space. Why? Because they have, I think, worst case scenario, they do, I thought, great in first year. He was exactly what they needed.
But he peaked that first year. That's the problem. He peaked that first year. He was awful with the Bills, who drafted him. He was awful with the Raiders. And then he finally turns it around that first year, and that was his peak. And then he's been crap ever since.
He was good. Even last year he was good.
You're paying him $14 million. He's not worth $14 million. He's worth $7 million at best. He's good, but he's worth $7 million at best. That's the problem.
Yeah. He has a skill set that is very good.
Well, it's either Rosengarten or we can go with Wilson. And it sounds like you're leaning Rosengarten. Those are really the only two choices.
Well, you said you would take one or the other. So I'm giving you both scenarios.
What's the second scenario?
And Wilson can hit. Doesn't have to play this year because they signed Gabe.
What is the what's the drawback to taking Johnny Wilson? Like, who are you going to pick for the Patriots in round 4 if I take Johnny Wilson here? Because a player I don't like, you can pick Rosengarten and we'll just move on.
Well, I don't know. So that's the
You don't have an answer, so then we're just going to pick. If you're not going to give me an answer, I'm just going to click on Rosengarten. I'm going to click on Rosengarten because that's the guy you want. Well, you said Rosengarten. I wanted Wilson. You said Rosengarten. We're not going to. Let's move on. We're on the Bengals now.
At least Rosengarten can't go to the Bengals.
Yeah.
So that's a win.
I mean, Jason Bannell thinks Trent Brown's a good right tackle because of his Pro Football Focus grade, but he was a massive liability with the Patriots to the point where I'm actually making the case for a right tackle here. I love Blake Fisher and Christian Jones. I would be on board with either of those guys here in the 3rd round.
Well, I do like Christian Jones.
He had Dallas Turner's number in one-on-ones when Turner lined up at left edge. So I on running plays.
I was not horrible on Jones, but you probably watched more of Jones than I have.
I did a film cut of every player in the Texas-Alabama game that's eligible for the draft. Every single player in the Texas-Alabama game that College Game Day went to that was draft eligible or that had a day 1, day 2 grade. I did the tape on them. I love Christian Jones versus Bama.
My bad. The Patriots, right? Got the Patriots.
Trent Brown. I'm not high on Trent Brown. He was good when Isaiah Wynn was injured, but he reverted after that. He's a solid right tackle. He was good when he was good at right tackle when Wynn was a rookie and the Patriots won their last Super Bowl with Brady. But ever since he took the left tackle job from Wynn, that ambition he had when he was younger is gone. He's just happy to get out of New England. And I just feel like he's a stopgap. And the Bengals can get a replacement for him in the draft on a much cheaper deal. I do. I don't trust him. I think he can be okay for a year, but if the Bengals bring him back, they'll regret it. Like, if they want to start him this year while they draft a rookie and develop the rookie in year 1, fine. But if you bring him back after that, you're going to regret it. The Bengals took Michael Hart Jr., Bengals guy, and they took tight end Brock Bowers. Those are only 2 picks they've made so far.
What pick are we on now?
The Bengals.
Yeah, I was going to make the second one. But one of the best defensive tackles in football. So that gives you.
Hey, Chris, how long are we going to go today?
We're almost done with the 3rd round. I want to finish round 3, and then we'll assess things. I know my mom wants to go to Texas Roadhouse at 2, so I'm thinking we'll finish round 3, and then we'll have a vote on whether we want to start round 4, depending on how we feel.
Making me hungry. It's okay. You're going to bring me some steak or something.
I don't eat the steak, but I love the full slab of ribs. If we ever go to Texas Roadhouse, I will buy. If I ever meet either you in person again and we go to we find a Texas Roadhouse, I will buy. I will buy the meal. Even though it's expensive, I'll buy. The treats are on me. Don't order 2 8-pound steaks to burn up my tab, Joey.
Hey, Joey, that's the whole idea, right?
That's my thought. Do you have a bankruptcy?
I can barely hear you.
Attorney ready if you buy for me and Oren at Texas Roadhouse?
Probably. I mean, I could pay for 1 steak, 1 8-pound filet mignon or steak. 1 prime rib is like $24 to $32. Basically, a prime rib at Texas Roadhouse is the equivalent of the ultimate feast at Red Lobster. I know we're getting off topic with food with Bandel's team on the clock. How do you feel about Blake Corum here? How do you feel? I know Blake Corum's not necessarily a sexy pick, but the Bengals, I feel like they downgraded at running back in free agency. You know, like, I look at Zach Moss. He's not a complete running back. He couldn't win the running back 1 job in Indy or Buffalo. He's beating out Chase Brown. If you want to pick Corum here and get a running back, I'm not opposed to that. I know it would probably upset Bandel, but I think Corum's too good to last until day 3. And he's still on the board here.
Here are a few people from the Browns, especially Browns chat. Here's what they had to say about Corum. You pick Chubb away. Not as good as Chubb. We have to think kind of against Chubb. So if you're the Bengals, you want to pick Chubb away. Compare with Joe Burrow.
I say, yeah, as a Bengals fan, you want a running back who's as good as Nick Chubb to pair with that passing game. Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like you're trying to talk me out of taking Blake Corum as a Browns fan, but this is your pick, technically, since you're the Bengals.
No, I'm not trying to talk anybody out of anything. It's just because I thought he has similarities, but then I started.
I'm not saying he's as good as Chubb, but there's literally only 3 running backs that can run, pass block, pass catch, have the vision. Braylon Allen, Corum, Jonathan Brooks and Estime are those fantastic four, and then there's everybody else who has game speed, really good game speed, but doesn't have the pass blocking or doesn't have the vision all the time. I'm not saying Benson can't be the guy. He's just not a complete running back to me. I know you're not getting as much longevity, but you've got a lot of depth in that backfield, and if things don't work out, you can just reload. The Bengals have only 3 running backs have been drafted. Jonathan Brooks got picked by the Chargers. The Cardinals got Braylon Allen, and the Trey Benson. He got picked right after the Cowboys got picked. I think it was the Buccaneers that took Trey Benson. So those are the only 3 running backs that have been picked. Everybody else is still on the board. And it's a 3rd-round comp pick. This is not a comp pick. This is not an actual 3rd-round pick. It's a comp pick. So if Blake Corum's a 3rd-round prospect, it's a comp pick. I think it's good value at this point.
One of my top running backs. So, I mean, after trading their starter, I got to think Corum would be right up there in his position.
Yeah.
You know, he's one of the guys I look at, and if he's even half of what Nick Chubb is, from what people in scouts are saying.
Because here's the thing, Zach Morris is good, but his vision is inconsistent, and he's a liability in pass pro. And the same thing holds true with Chase Edmonds. In fact, the only reason people hyped up Chase Edmonds is because Mike Tannenbaum said that Edmonds was good in pass blocking. I watched Chase Edmonds, his draft year against Wyoming. He was rusty in that opener against Wyoming. I think he gave up 3 quarterback pressures and 2 sacks against Wyoming. And Wyoming's not even a Big Ten team. They're a Mountain West team. You shouldn't be giving up that many sacks to Wyoming. To be fair to Wyoming, they do have a good defense. They've been churning out NFL guys like Chad Muma, Granderson, Wingard. To be fair to Wyoming, they do have a good defense. But if you're running back, you shouldn't be giving up sacks to Wyoming. That's my point. I'm saying Corum's an upgrade over both Chase Young and the only reason Chase Brown got any traction is because of Mike Tannenbaum, who frankly is out of the league. He's no longer an NFL GM.
Yeah, but I'm going to go with Corum because if you get half of what his height is, and I love him personally, you're going to be very, very happy.
Yep. Steelers. We went with Jackson Powers, Johnson, Kingsley Suamadio, and Rook or Horho. And you know what? The guy you wanted at Pittsburgh, Cedric Gray, is still there. He was your runner-up. So let's give the Steelers Cedric Gray. So the Steelers replace Kenny Pickett with Cedric Gray. It's very simple.
Well, cream donut.
Joey, Cedric Gray was your runner-up at the Steelers' first 3rd-round pick, so the Steelers trade Pickett to the Eagles and replace him with Cedric Gray. Upgrade. The Rams are up again. All right. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone and save a bunch of time in the process. Well, all right. The Rams are up at 99. We went Renardo Green last time. We went Byron Murphy, we went Cole Bishop, and we went Renardo Green as a corner/safety for depth. So we went defense first 3 picks. We can go edge rusher or offensive line with the Rams here.
That's the offensive line. They need a lot of pass protection.
This is a group decision, so I'm on board with that because we've gone 3 defensive picks and no offensive picks. So I'm in agreement with Oren. We need to balance it out. All right. Top 5 linemen on the board. Dominic Pooney, Kansas. Matt Goncalves, Pittsburgh. These are not my linemen necessarily. Blake Fisher, Notre Dame. Javon Foster, Missouri. Bo Limmer, Arkansas. And Setoa Laumea out of Utah. I know Jake Ellenbogen, who we had on this podcast, is a huge Kansas Jayhawks fan.
Notre Dame. That's my pick.
I like Fisher the best too, But Jake Ellenbogen, who's a Rams YouTuber, is a huge Kansas Jayhawks fan, so we could make him happy by going with Pooney. But I'm in agreement with Oren. We should take Blake Fisher and disregard the need and want of the best Rams YouTuber in the country, and Jake, who I do have a tremendous amount of respect for. So I agree. Let's go Blake Fisher. I guess since we're in agreement on Blake Fisher, that's the pick. Very simple, to the point. It's draftocracy. That's the thing. It's draftocracy. It's like democracy for draftniks. If Oren and I agree, that's 2-1. That's majority. Since SWIPA didn't show up, you know?
Well, I mean, the thing is, that's, let me see who I have in my third draft. I mean, there's still a lot of people that weren't picked yet. Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yeah.
Okay, I just got a text back from my mom.
Tackle. I mean, you could still jump up. Is that Pooney still there too?
Defensive tackle. Commanders are on the board at 100. This is technically my pick since I am picking for the NFC East.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what did we do with the Commanders? What did Tracy do? Tracy gave up both second-round picks to get Chop Robinson, but the Seahawks took Edgerrin Cooper and Zach Zinner, who got injured at Michigan. I feel like Tracy won that trade. Bill Dozier, who we were going to have on today before his unfortunate situation with his family, could not make it today, so he thought Tracy lost this trade, but I felt like Seattle wasted their 2 second-round picks, and Tracy got Christian Haynes in the 3rd round, and then he got Braylon Trice, the second edge rusher, to pair with Chop Robinson. Let's see what tackles are on the board here. Give Washington a left tackle for Tracy. Best tackle on the board is Christian Jones. He's a right tackle. That's the problem. The other left tackles available are all day 3 picks. Do we really want to take a right tackle in round 3? I mean, it is a deep tackle draft, and I do agree the Commanders need a left tackle upgrade, but the problem is right now you have Braden Daniels, a 4th-round pick who's the starter at left tackle, and you have the Chiefs right tackle from their Super Bowl 57 team at right tackle. So you could replace that guy and take a right tackle, or we can give a receiver. Tracy did want a receiver. Tracy did draft Marvin Harrison Jr. Honestly, this is tough. This is a very tough pick to make. I mean, we could go tight end as well. I'm going to go with my favorite press cover. Well, the Commanders really don't need a corner. Actually, they do. They lost Kendall Fuller. So I'm going to look at the Commanders' depth chart here. I really don't know what to do. If Tracy was in the chat room, I would listen to his suggestion, but he's not. But yeah, I really don't know what the hell to do here, guys. I don't, because the Commanders need a left tackle more than a right tackle, and the top tackle on the board's a right tackle. So it's it complicates things. So the Commanders have Wiley at right tackle. They added Nick Allegretti from the Chiefs to be their new left guard. Tracy brought in Christian Haynes to compete for a starting spot. You have Tyler Biadasz and Michael Dieter as the centers. I do like the Haynes pick Tracy made. I think Haynes can be a starter on Washington. I just don't know where he'd be a starter. That's the problem. And right now, your left tackles are Braden Daniels and Cornelius Lucas. I don't like that long term, but I also don't see a player who's worthy of a day 2 pick outside of Christian Jones. And Christian Jones would be the backup to Wiley. Right now, the backup to Wiley is Trent Scott, former Steeler. Honestly, Trent Scott's a warm body. Even if we take Christian Jones, I feel like he could beat out Scott for a backup job in training camp, Joey. Even if he starts out as a swing tackle for Braden Daniels and Wiley, I feel like he's an upgrade over Lucas and Scott, so that's why he should be the pick. If you have any objections, speak now, or else I will just take Jones and move on with the draft. It's technically my picks.
I don't have any objections.
It's technically your pick. You got to pick it. You can't ask questions.
Fan of the guys who would hopefully be replacement. So, yeah, I have no objections.
Let's see. Is there a 101 in this draft? Or are we on to round 4? And my mom is coming at 2. So here's what I'm proposing. I'm proposing that Oren can decide whether to bail out now and go on with his day. or he can continue to make a pick for round 4. Or what we do is Oren will try to stay on until the Raiders pick, and then he'll go out with a bang and make a pick for his Raiders. Because the Raiders and Saints didn't have a 3rd round pick. They both have a 4th round pick. So it's up to Oren. He can stay and make a pick for...
I'm on here. I don't have anybody in the office today. I just want...
All right. All right. How about that? You stick around until the Raiders and Saints make a pick, and then you can either stay on the podcast or leave, depending on how you feel. Does that sound good? Because I know you want to... I know you want to make a pick for your teams. All right, we're finally on to day 3. Who the heck is on the board? Oh, are you kidding me? The simulator gave the Panthers Christian Jones. Gosh, the simulator gave the Commanders and the Panthers Christian Jones. How is this possible? The simulator gave the same player. This was Oren's pick. This was supposed to be Oren's pick for the Panthers, so we're just going to cancel the Christian Jones pick. We are. That pick doesn't count. I accidentally clicked on Christian Jones twice, and the simulator gave the Panthers a player that was already picked. That's not my fault, Oren. That's the simulator just being a dick. That's the simulator being an asshole to us. Okay? I did not think the simulation at NFL Draft Buzz was capable of giving the same player twice. When you do the PFN simulator, you can't pick the same player twice. You can't double dip and pick the same player twice.
That is correct. That is correct.
So that's the site's fault. That's not my fault.
Who
the Panthers have not drafted a receiver yet. They have not. In our group mock on Facebook, they took an edge rusher, Dorless, who they had a 1st round grade on. They had a 1st round grade on TJ Tampa, and they took the Penn State edge rusher. The Panthers have not drafted a receiver for Bryce Young.
I want to ask you who they took so far.
Brandon Dorless, edge rusher, Oregon. TJ Tampa, cornerback, Iowa State, to replace Dante Jackson. And they also took Idea Isaac, a 4th to 5th round edge rusher from Penn State, who's 3rd to 5th round, depending on who you ask. And they haven't drafted a receiver for Bryce Young. Right now, their top 3 receivers are Deontay Johnson from Pittsburgh, Adam Thielen from the Panthers last year, and Mingo. That's it.
What about their tight end? They don't have a tight end.
That's true. They don't have a tight end. But this is a weak tight end draft. But it's Oren's pick. Oren wants to go tight end. Let's give the Panthers a tight end. All right, so we're going to...
You took Holker. That was the last tight end, I believe, picked here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with A.J. Barner.
A.J. Barner is the pick. So A.J. Barner, since I accidentally clicked on Christian Jones for the Panthers, I will not click on A.J. Barner because A.J. Barner is the Panthers' pick. And the Panthers head into round 5 without a wide receiver. And Matt Millen's just laughing his ass off like Dr. Robotnik in the Sonic the Hedgehog video games, seeing the Panthers continue to ignore receiver in the draft. He's like, all right. Seahawks are up at 102. This is a group decision. Best player on the board for Seattle is Jermaine Burton, according to the simulator. Who'd we go with for Seattle in round 3? Let's look at Seattle. Let's look at what we did. We went Javon Baker after careful deliberation, my wide receiver 1. So since I made that pick for Seattle, why don't, Joey, Oren, do either one of you want to make a pick for Seattle here? I feel like I used my turn, so one of you gets a turn, and we just roll with it. I mean, I'm at the point where I'm no longer looking at the Seahawks depth chart. I'm actually looking at the Seahawks contracts to see who's in a contract year, to see if there's a player that's on the chopping block. That's where I'm at with Seattle because I have no idea. We could go with another offensive lineman, I guess, but I feel like there's no good lineman on the board until round 5. There's not really a guard. Oren wanted to go defensive line. So how about we do that? We look at the defensive line. Well, how do you guys feel about Dwayne Carter out of Duke? He struggled against Notre Dame, but a lot of people think Carter's a 3rd round pick. The Duke defensive tackle. He's 6'4", 290. I think he bulked up to 305 for the combine. How do you feel about Dwayne Carter for depth?
What are we on with Seattle?
102. We're on round 4.
Oh, 102. We're on 4.
Dwayne Carter's 101 on the simulator. We're in round 4. You could also go Leonard Taylor III, a player that we both liked. Tyler Davis of Clemson is there.
Did they get a safety yet?
No, they have not gotten a safety yet. It's an awful safety draft, but it's I'm giving Oren the right to select here since we went wide receiver last time. I think it should either be Oren or Joey's turn, and I think Joey's just like, it's Seattle. Who cares? I just think that's where we're at. It's day 3 of the draft. It's Seattle. Who cares?
Day 3 of the draft, Seattle. Who cares?
My favorite press corner in this draft is Tyree Jackson, but the thing is, Seattle's deep at corner.
What's his name? The guy out of Miami.
Cameron Kitchens is gone. The Falcons took him in round 2.
Okay, let me see who.
Top safeties on the board.
Okay,
Kalen.
Is the guy from USC taken?
No, Kalen Bullock's available. He's fast, but he missed a lot of tackles. Kalen Bullock. Kalen Bullock and Pete Carroll can bond over their glory days at USC. When Kalen Bullock goes into John Schneider's office to negotiate his rookie contract, he can bond with Pete Carroll in the waiting room over his glory days at USC, and Pete can tell him some good stories at USC too. Good experience for team building for the new front office man, Pete Carroll. Okay, my Patriots are back on the clock. Okay, I did not anticipate the Patriots. I'm glad thank you. I just want to thank Oren and Joey for talking me. I don't know. I'm looking at the Patriots. I'm looking at my favorite press cover corner, Kyrie Jackson out of Oregon. I'm also looking at Johnny Wilson out of Florida State. I was going to give Johnny Wilson to the Chiefs. I was going to give the Chiefs Johnny Wilson, but thanks to Oren and Joey talking the Chiefs out of getting Johnny Wilson's going to end up with the Patriots now in round 4. It's just, that's what we're going to do unless I'm looking at the contract. So we got Juju for 2 years, buyout after next season, Osborne for 1 year, Kendrick Bourne for 3 years, Tyquan Thornton for 2 years, Spout and Douglas have 3 years left in their rookie deals, Rieger for 1 year. We bought out Devontae Parker. I still feel like we need a wide receiver 2. I like Corley as our wide receiver 1 of the future. I still feel like we need a number 2 guy. Juju, Osborne, Kendrick Bourne, Tyquan Thornton. These are solid receiver options as far as having a slot receiver in depth goes. These are solid options, Joey. But it also feels like there's not a clear-cut number 2 on the Patriots at the moment. And that's the big issue with the Patriots. The other player I love is Kyrie Jackson. He's my favorite press corner in the draft. And not only is he my favorite press corner, I gave him an A+ for press coverage. He was a guy that I really liked. I have a second-round grade on Kyrie Jackson, but he's a consensus day 3 pick. Jonathan Jones signed a 1-year, $12 million deal to remain in New England. Christian Gonzalez is on a rookie deal for 3 more years. Marco Wilson, the former Arizona Cardinals, signed with New England after getting cut by the Cardinals. I don't like Marco Wilson. I think he's awful. Marcus Jones, he's effective when he's healthy, but the problem is he can't stay healthy. He's been on season-ending IR first 2 years of his rookie deal. Sean Wade was an Ohio State corner Ken loved, but I just haven't seen any value with him. And I liked Isaiah Bolden at Jackson State, but he couldn't stay healthy during his rookie year with the Patriots. So looking at the Patriots roster, I think I would make the argument that outside of Gonzalez, there's not a clear-cut number 2 corner. You can make a case that Jonathan Jones is a number 2 corner based on his salary, but after 2 decent seasons as a nickel corner, he didn't perform like a number 2 corner last year when Gonzalez was injured and the Patriots had a bunch of turnover. And since Kyrie Jackson's higher on the board than Johnny Wilson, I'm going to keep Ken happy by going with Kyrie Jackson, my favorite press cover corner in the entire draft class. That is my pick, and it is final for the Patriots. So that was the corner I told you about on Facebook that I had a second-round grade on, Kyrie Jackson, but I disclosed that info and waited for the right opportunity to act. So Kyrie Jackson's my pick, Joey. That is final. And Cardinals are up. Since Joey has not made a pick in round 4, and since NFC West teams are group teams, how about we let Joey make a pick for the Cardinals? I think that's fair. I mean, are you still there, man? I can't hear you. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, cool. All right, so the Cardinals, they added Braylon Allen and McKinley Jackson, the 2 guys Jordan Alexander liked. So looking at the Cardinals, they went receiver, 34 defensive end, who could start day one, even though they signed 3 free agents. A developmental right tackle for the future to replace Jonah Williams. A guy you're hoping, because the Cardinals don't have a number 1 or number 2 corner. They took DJ James, and then they got Braylon Allen as a backup running back and McKinley Jackson. So that's the Cardinals draft so far. Could go backup tight end, but I just don't like the tight end class. I think corner's the best position on the board here. I think we got to double up at corner if we're the Cardinals, but it's Joey's call. I'm letting him make the pick. We could also go with a backup for Kyler Murray. I mean, right now we could also get a center. Center's a big need for the Cardinals. They do have Froholt, the Browns' former center, who was awful as the starting center. Yeah, that's the guy. I mean, the center they drafted out of UCLA isn't off IR yet, and John Gaines II, he's still on IR, and he hasn't done enough to prove he can be the starting center. And we both dislike Froholt, Joey. We both think Froholt's replaceable. But I'm letting Joey make a pick here. Since Oren made a pick, I made a pick. It's only fair to let Joey make a pick here. We're taking turns. So I guess this is Joey's turn since all the guys the Cardinals wanted are gone. Unless Jordan messaged me this morning. No, he did not. So all the guys Cardinals wanted, I'm looking at the Cardinals depth chart right now. Right now, Marvin Harrison Jr. is your number 1. Michael Wilson's your number 2. And you basically have Chris Moore and Dortch competing for slot with Rondale Moore gone. You have Zach Pascal, who knows Jonathan Gannon's system with the Eagles and the culture with the Eagles, bringing that to Arizona. So you have Dortch, Moore, and Pascal, 3 journeymen as your slot receiver. I think the Cardinals need a wide receiver upgrade, a center upgrade, and a second corner. They do. They need all those positions, Joey. We might disagree, but you get final say. I think all of those are needs for Arizona. But Joey does have final say here. What do you think? I mean, they did bring in Sean Bunting Murphy. They have Garrett Williams, and they drafted DJ James. So I think they're good at corner. They don't have to draft in their corner. I feel like there's corners that are better than Sean Bunting Murphy, and you might get a corner with more upside than Garrett Williams, but you also might – I feel like there's corners with better floors than Garrett Williams, but they may not have the ceiling Williams has either. So it's a tricky situation. It's a swing or miss situation. You could swing and hit, but you could also swing and miss. So that's the thing. The Cardinals. I feel like corner, center, they did bring in Evan Brown from Seattle, but he's the backup to Froholt, according to our lads. And I think he will be starting over Froholt because Evan Brown did a decent job with Seattle last year before his injuries. I mean, if he can't beat out Froholt for the center job, he doesn't belong on the roster. But the Cardinals have 3 centers. They're not going to pick another one. Beacham's now your swing tackle. You have Dennis Daly as your number 4 offensive tackle. That's kind of problematic. I'd suggest quarterback, but you traded Rondale Moore for Desmond Ridder, so I don't think the Cardinals are going to draft a quarterback on that alone. And because they're paying Kyler Murray a bunch of money. I mean, Zaven Collins is not listed as an outside linebacker. They moved him to edge rusher. Honestly, that might be for the best. You have Chris Barnes and Kazir White as the inside linebackers. Mac Wilson and Owen Popo are the backups. And honestly, I like Wilson and Popo more than Barnes, personally. But Kazir White's the other starting linebacker. We could go linebacker here. That's another possibility too, Joey. So wide receiver, center. The backup tight end to McBride is Elijah Higgins, who got cut by the Dolphins. Could go with a tight end here too, I guess. So wide receiver, tight end, cornerback, center, and inside linebacker. The backups to Jalen Thompson, Budda Baker are Chicheri and Joey Blunt, 2 backup safeties, 2 undrafted free agents, and a former Eagle. So we could go safety, backup safety here too. There's a lot of options on day 3. Matt Prater is the current kicker, and Blake Gillikin, an undrafted punter who started last year as the starting punter. Honestly, I'm not opposed to yeah, so Blake Gillikin was the starting punter at Penn State. He went undrafted in the 2023 draft. The Niners drafted him, then cut him in training camp, and the Cardinals took San Francisco's leftovers. Honestly, I think Gillikin kind of sucks. If Oren wants to draft a punter here, I think this is good value because I think Corey Taylor's a 4th-round punter, and the Cardinals are actually a team that needs a punter. So, you know what? If you guys want a punter here, I'm all for it. This is a team that actually logistically needs a punter.
I'm looking at a guy
Who
that
actually want a punter in the 4th round?
Well, their current starting punter is an undrafted free agent, the worst punter in the league. Would you rather have the best punter in this draft or the worst punter in the league in the 4th round? I know it's a reach from a value standpoint. There's far greater needs on the board. Joe, that's why Joey's against picking a punter.
Do that, in essence, if you fill in all the needs.
I'd rather have him.
Who? You'd rather have who? Greg Nugent?
Michigan center, Greg Nugent.
Let me see if Nugent's on the board. I don't think Nugent's on the board. Trevor Keegan's on the board. Hunter Norzad's on the board. He's a Penn State center that I liked. He did well against Ohio. Oh, Drake Nugent, Michigan center. Drake Nugent's there. Drake Nugent hasn't been picked yet. He's behind Keegan on the board, but yeah, Drake Nugent's available. I think he's ranked way too low at 210 personally. Wes thinks he can be an NFL starter, has a 4th on him. I like Nugent in the 5th, 6th round. But I think 210 in the late 6th, early 7th, that's way too late for Drake Nugent. He's better than that. So Drake Nugent's your pick, Joey? All right, we'll go with that. I do think it's an upgrade over Froholt, personally. Next up is the Chargers. And after that is the Titans, and then after that is the Giants. So the Chargers are up, and for SWIPA's sanity and for Oren's, I'm giving them a center. I'm giving the Chargers a center because they lost their backup Will Clapp, and they cut Corey Linsley because they made Corey Linsley take a pay cut due to his medicals, due to the fact that he's never going to play again. So the Chargers have no starting center or backup center, and they've waited to the 4th round to address this. This is Chargering 101, Joey. Let's just say it. Let's just call it as it is. This is Chargering 101. You lose your starting center to a career-ending injury. You lose your backup center to another team, and you wait till the 4th round to pick a center. This is Chargering 101 when all the good centers are off the board.
Who's supposed to join us?
SWIPA. He's a Charger fan, but he never called in.
Sites are starting to adopt the emergency. I've been there for like 3 years, so I do feel good about that term at this point because now it's catching on. So I am incredibly happy about that. Let me back.
So the top centers on the board, we have Andrew Rame out of Oklahoma. I thought Rame did a good job against Texas, personally. I know he's listed as a 7th round at UDFA, but I thought Rame was solid against Texas. The defensive tackles, Byron Murphy had problems against Oklahoma's interior offensive line. I think Rame's a reach in round 4, but I wouldn't be opposed to that as the pick. The Chargers have to pick a center. Justin Herbert might get injured again if you wait to pick a center. And Drake Nugent's probably Harbaugh's man crush. But thanks to the Cardinals picking, top center on the board is Bo Limmer out of Arkansas. He's listed at 126. The Chargers I did get a glance at the Chargers notebook at the Shrine Bowl. A Chargers scout at last year's Shrine Bowl did have an Arkansas player listed in his notebook. He didn't have any pros and cons. They kept the notebook. The Chargers scouts can't even hide their own information. Like, if the Patriots paid me to do Spygate for other teams, I could probably get them that intel. But it's like, guys, you can't even hide your intel from me. So if you can't hide your intel from me, how do you expect to hide your intel from the Patriots when they do something illegal? Thank God Belichick's gone. And I say that in the nicest way possible. I love Belichick as a coach, but as a Chargers fan, you have to be relieved that Belichick's out of the league. But it's like, look, Hunter Norzad's there. Bo Limmer is there. I mean,
So you're going.
The Chargers need a center. They lost their starting center and their backup center. Will Clapp, I believe, is on the Saints now. I think he was on the Chargers last year. He started his career with the Saints. I think Will Clapp left the Chargers, and the starting center, Corey Linsley, had a career-ending injury. Bills signed Will Clapp, so they don't have a starting center or a backup center. Are they going to move Zion Johnson inside the center?
Did Van Pran from Georgia get selected?
Chiefs took Van Pran as a backup. So basically,
I'm going to go with Bo Limmer right here, Arkansas.
I agree. Bo Limmer's probably the best option. Oh, that noise in the background's not me. That's Our Lads, the site. I was looking at the depth charts, looking at some stuff. Look, I like Our Lads, but I don't want to hear volume in the background. So if there's a way to mute this, that would be fantastic. But looking at the Chargers, they lost their starting center and their backup center. So I'm going to look at the Chargers depth chart, and I'm going to see what Our Lads says about the Chargers. They have Corey Linsley listed as the starter, but he has a career-ending injury, and the current backup is Bradley Bozeman on a one-year deal. And the sad thing is, I think Bozeman's better than any center in the draft right now. But I'm not opposed to drafting Bo Limmer and developing him. I don't think there's a player better than Bradley Bozeman, but the thing is, Bozeman could get injured, and your third-string center is Brendan James, a 2021 fifth-round pick that I don't even remember. I didn't even have him on my draft rankings back then. When I sent Fanspeak our board, I didn't even have James on my radar then. So it's like, I have more confidence in Jordan McFadden, the Clemson left tackle, than I do in Brendan James. But he's a backup right guard. You can also get a backup right tackle to Trey Pipkins. It's Christian Jones. I think we took Christian Jones for Washington's pick. Top tackle on my board, I believe, is Javon Foster. But he would be the backup to Rashawn Slater. The Chargers do not have a backup left tackle if Slater gets injured. They only have one left tackle on the active roster, and that's Slater. So if Slater is in their bicep injury, they would have to shuffle their entire offensive line, Joey. I think we both agree that's extremely problematic to the point where that could affect Justin Herbert's durability. So I'm probably going to go left tackle here. I know it's a reach, but you only have 3 left tackles on the depth chart. I think Pipkins is replaceable. Sorrell's replaceable too, but you have to keep him on the roster with only 3 tackles. And if Slater has a bicep injury, basically Pipkins is your left tackle and Sorrell's your right tackle. That's horrible for Herbert because Pipkins was a liability last year at right tackle outside of 3 games, and Sorrell has no business starting. So if those are your starters, you're in trouble, man. That's the thing. Am I wrong? Am I missing something here? I think the Chargers have to go left tackle because there's no depth behind Slater. There's not a backup behind Slater. And if Slater gets injured again, you have to put your mediocre right tackle as Herbert's blind side, and you have to take your backup tackle and make him a right tackle. That's just a lose-lose situation for Herbert, Gus Edwards, the entire Charger offense. That's a horrible situation. I don't dislike Bo Limmer, but I think tackle's the greater need. And I like Javon Foster out of Missouri here. Joey, you have the tiebreaker. Oren wants Bo Limmer. I want Javon Foster. Who do you think is a better fit of the Chargers? And then we'll move on to the next pick. I mean, it's a bad situation either way. I think the Chargers, they're in trouble. I mean, unless you trust Bozeman, I trust Bozeman more than I trust Pipkins and Sorrell if Slater gets injured. That's the issue I have, Joey. That's my case for a tackle. Oren wants a center. You have the tiebreaker vote, Joey. So please break this tie so we can move on to the next team. The next team is the Giants, which is my pick. So if you break, you know what? I'm just going to pick. I'm going to make a pick here. I'm going to go with Javon Foster. He's the top lineman on the board.
Well, thank
Limmers.
you very much. What do you think this is? I thought it was no debate.
It is. I mean, Foster's 119 and Limmer's 126. You want Limmer, I want Foster. It's an apples to oranges thing at this point.
Go with your man, bro. Go with Foster.
Go with Foster for the Chargers. It's a better fit. They only have 4 tackles on the roster. The Giants are up. Brian Bayless will not stop bitching about the Giants needing to draft a running back. So I'm going to give his Giants a running back after losing Saquon Barkley. We're going to go with, honestly, he's a Rutgers fan. So the critic in me wants to give him Audric Estime because that's my top running back in the board. The fan in me wants to give him Bucky Irving with Oregon making the move to the Big Ten, since Rutgers and Oregon are essentially now rivals. Marshawn Lloyd is on USC. They're also moving to the Big Ten. So technically, both of those running backs, from a fan standpoint, make sense here. But I'm going to go with Estime just to keep Brian happy here. Audric Estime comes off the board at 106. I think that's a great situation for him. Oh, I accidentally picked for the Titans. That's Joey's pick. I accidentally gave the Titans a running back with your pick, Joey. I'm so sorry, buddy. As punishment, you get to pick for the Giants, which is my team. That's a fair trade, right? Am I wrong? Do you even care at this point?
You're not wrong, but what's their running back or quarterback for the Giants?
I gave the Titans Estime as a backup to Tajay Spears with Henry gone. So I kind of screwed the Giants over thanks to my premature reaction. I kind of screwed the Giants over there. So the best running back on the board, according to the simulator, is Jalen Wright out of Tennessee. The number 2 running back is Bucky Irving. I like Irving more than Wright personally. I think we're in agreement on that, Joey. Even if we're in agreement that Irving's a better player than Wright, and the Giants need a running back. So even though I don't like the idea of picking Irving here, it just makes too much sense logistically. Yeah, it's Oren's turn to pick with the Vikings. They traded their 2nd and 3rd round picks away. They traded their 2nd round pick to the Texans, and I don't know what the heck they did with their 3rd round pick. I think they traded that away, but it's Oren's turn to pick for the Vikings. He has the NFC. Wait, he traded the NFC North to SWIPA. So technically, this is a group pick since you traded the Vikings to get the Raiders. Technically, how about we give the Vikings another running back just for the hell of it? They got rid of Alexander Madison. Right now, the starting running back's Ty Chandler. I like Ty Chandler as a pass blocker, but I don't trust any of the backups behind Chandler.
Well, we know what they first needed, and they got that.
They got their quarterback, and they got their edge rusher. They need a corner. They need a corner as well as a running back.
Edge rusher.
Yes, they took Dallas Turner at 11 to pair with Jonathan Greenard from the Texans. And they also got Penix to.
Did they take a defensive tackle?
They took Penix to pair. They took Penix as their starting quarterback of the future because Sam Darnold's the current starter in the Vikings. I think Penix can beat out Darnold. Did they take a defensive tackle? No, you're right, Oren. The Vikings did not take a defensive tackle. They lost Tonga, their nose tackle, to the Cardinals. They don't. Yeah, you're right. Here are the options. We've got Dwayne Carter, Duke, Mekhi Wingo, LSU, Leonard Taylor, Miami, Tyler Davis, Clemson. I had a 1st round grade on Leonard Taylor after watching against Florida State, but a lot of people that hyped up Taylor earlier in the year are saying he's inconsistent. He's still available in day 3. I say we go with Taylor. That would be my suggested pick. But if you want to make a case for Davis,
what about Wingo from LSU?
Well, all right, we'll go with Wingo. That's cool too. Joey, you got the tiebreaker here. It's a group decision. Are you saying Wingo just because? All right, Wingo's 108, Taylor's 110. We're going to go with Wingo. It's by the slimmest of margins since Oren's got a phone call to take. I'm going to give him his guide.
I turned it off. Don't worry, I got you.
All right, I went with Wingo to make you happy. I put your needs besides mine for once. But you do have the next pick, which is the Falcons pick here. Falcons, looking at their board, they went with an edge rusher, a safety, a corner, and a receiver. You've done great work with the Falcons, by the way. We could go with a quarterback here, but it'd be a backup. I really think that's a waste of a pick. Cousins is under contract for 4 years, by the way. You know, like, it's not that the Falcons need a quarterback, but if Cousins retires in the next, he's 37, 38, you could go Joe Milton. He's got a cannon for an arm, but you have to develop the rest of his intangibles, his accuracy, his leadership, his footwork, his progressions, his football IQ.
What are the last 2 picks that the Falcons selected?
They took a corner and receiver. And safety.
Round?
They took an edge rusher to pair with Arnold Ebiketie.
I'm going to go with the offensive guard right here. Who's the best one here that we have on our list?
There's not a 4th-round guard here, but yeah.
Oh, well, I'm going to reach.
All right, cool. I have 0 issue with that since it's your pick. Dominic Pooney played left tackle and at Kansas, but moved to guard at the Senior Bowl. He's the best lineman on the board according to Simulator. Trevor Keegan, the Michigan left guard, is also available and would be a upgrade over.
Keegan is going to be my pick.
I like that pick. That's a good pick for Atlanta. That's a good pick for Atlanta. Next up is the Chargers. You know, we got to go Limmer, I think. I think we went tackle with the Chargers, so we're going Limmer here because that was Oren's suggested pick. We're going to listen to Oren again, and we're going to go with Bo Limmer. All right. The Jets are up. It is my pick for the Jets. Looking at the Jets, I gave the Jets Cade Stover and Sam Hartman with their draft picks. Since I feel like the Jets have addressed all their needs, we're going best player on the board. You know, my number 1 player available is Leonard Taylor, the 3rd defensive tackle, Miami. This is my pick. So since I had a 1st-round grade on Taylor at one point, this point in round 4, I say Leonard Taylor. That's my pick. He's a depth pick. And your Raiders are on the clock, Oren. Raider Nation.
Well, Raiders had to wait this long to get a pick. They did not have their 3rd round because they traded away. Because they did pick up their next.
There's a few decent tackles on the board as right tackle. Dominic Pooney, he played left tackle, moved to right tackle and guard at the Senior Bowl. And then Matt Goncalves is the pit tackle. Goncalves is a 3rd rounder in Walter football. He's actually an early 3rd rounder in Walter football. I interviewed Carter Warren at the Shrine Bowl.
Who's the tackles that you still have available?
Dominic Pooney at Kansas can play tackle and guard.
Yeah, that's the guy that I was thinking of. But also, I might go a different direction here.
There's a tackle on Pitt that's a 3-year starter at right tackle, but I don't think you're going to take the Pitt tackle.
You got to let me pick.
Go ahead. I'm just reading players on the board. It's your pick.
Yeah, I know. I know not everybody might like this pick, but you got a Notre Dame guy sitting right there. Going to take Jacob's place. I'm going to go Audric Esteen, running back.
Esteen got picked. Esteen already got picked, Oren. I picked him.
Well, who's the running back left over, bro?
I wanted to pick Esteen to the Giants, but I accidentally picked Esteen for the Titans. And I screwed the Titans pickup for Joey. Bucky Irving went to the Giants.
Right.
So
Marshawn Lloyd still there?
Yes, he is. Marshawn Lloyd is still on the board.
Marshawn Lloyd, USC, goes to the Raiders. He'll be the next big sensation after Marcus Allen for the Raiders from USC. Thank you very much.
Yes, he will be such a sensation that every time the Raiders score a touchdown against the Rams, Ari Gold from Entourage will be screaming Lloyd, verbally assaulting his former employee at the Miller Gold Agency.
I just wanted an exciting pick.
It's an exciting pick. I like it. It's different. I know the Raiders need a right tackle, but I love the shock value. It's an interesting pick. I think it's a cool pick.
We have the 5th, 6th round. I got 3 7th rounders. I'm not going to go.
My mom is heading here at 2, but we can have fun and pick whoever until then. And then as soon as she gets here, I'm ending the live stream.
Well, I got my Saints pick right now, correct?
You do have your Saints pick. The Ravens, I'm trying to figure out when did the Saints pick here. Are you kidding me?
Right now.
No, they don't. The Saints don't have a 4th round pick according to this piece of... Oh, the Saints don't pick until 150 in the 5th round according to the piece of crap simulator. I don't... That's what the simulate...
The next pick.
Yeah, the Ravens. This is a Joey pick. We have a Joey run of 5 consecutive picks. Ravens, Jaguars, Bengals, Ravens, Colts. So this is a Joey. Welcome to Potter's Pub, presented by Draft Utopia. You have the floor, Mr. Potter. I'm going to pull up the Ravens. I'm going to pull up the Ravens board briefly. So the Ravens, they took Mason McCormick as a left guard for depth behind Voorhees in case he can't come back. Got Darius Robinson, and you got Guyton. Best guard on the board here is you could draft Dominic Pooney, the Kansas left tackle who took some right guard reps as a backup to Ben Cleveland. That's the one guy on the board who has guard experience at right guard, and he's the best guard on the board. Oren was considering him, but did not pick him. Brandon Coleman from TCU, another guy you like as a backup, is on the board. Brandon Coleman. That's really it. Keaton Bill's Utah left guard's there, but he's listed at 240 on the simulator. And another guy I think you talked highly about at the Combine, C.J. Hansen out of Holy Cross is there. He's listed at 263 in UDFA, but I remember you saying a lot of positive things about Holy Cross's C.J. Hansen at the Combine, on our Combine podcast, Joey. So, all right, so C.J. Hansen, the Ravens doubling up at small school guard. I love it. It's like J.J. Abrams is picking for the Ravens. I love the suspense. All right, the Jaguars are up. Are we going to give Ken the is Johnny Wilson still on the board? Yeah, I passed on Johnny Wilson because I wanted Kyrie Jackson. So we're finally going to make Ken happy in the 4th round, because if we don't, I have a feeling he's going to call into this live stream and tear all of us a new one. I'm not going to do that to Galileo. Let's just give the Jaguars Johnny Wilson. It's the 4th round. It's the 4th round. He's ranked 125. I have a second on him still, even though I think he's probably a 3rd round pick realistically. I do have a 3rd round grade on him, but it's the 4th round. He's a good value at this point. So Ken gets Johnny Wilson round 4. Battle and the Bengals are up again. How do you feel about Pooney and Goncalves out of Pittsburgh? Because I think both could develop I think both are probably backup right tackles, but Pooney has a chance to develop into a starter. But after the Bengals took that Kansas tackle, they took a Kansas left tackle in Burrow's rookie year. It didn't work out. They've had more success drafting players out of Pittsburgh. See Tyler Boyd. But I don't think Boyd's on the Bengals anymore. Caden Wallace is a Penn State's a right tackle I liked. We could take him. It's Joey's pick, though. I'm trying to be as objective as humanly possible here and let Joey run the show. Julian Pearl played right tackle at Illinois for 2 years before moving to left tackle. He's on the board. Could also go with a center. Tanner Bortolini, the center that impressed at the Combine, is still on the board at this point in round 4. You could take him for depth and stash him, I guess. I don't know. I know you like Bortolini. You're not really excited about any of these players, but Bortolini's the one guy you're optimistic about in round 4. Optimistic about him, and if you're optimistic about a player in day 3, you just pick him. You don't overthink it at this point. Yeah, the Jaguars are on the board here. What do we do with the Jaguars? You went with Rosengarten as that backup right guard, and you went Johnny Wilson. You want to go Ben Sinope, the Kansas State tight end. He's good value here, and he would basically just be a body to push Brent Strange for second-team reps. That's basically all he would provide at this point. I really can't think of another player that meets a specific need, because the Jaguars were pretty aggressive at safety and free agency. It's your pick. we can just go with Sano if that's what you want to do. I mean, the backup is Luke Farrell, who enters a contract year. The third string tight end is Brenton Strange. If Brenton Strange enters year 2 and he can't beat out a guy in a contract year, and he's got another guy with 1-year contract and Josiah DeGuara pushing him for a roster spot, that tells me Ingram's the starter, but there's 3 guys competing to be tight end 2. And there's not really, Farrell's the favorite right now, but he's not running away with the job either. Because it's possible Strange makes a leap in year 2. It's also possible Strange regresses and DeGuara does well enough to get more playing time, you know? And I just think Ben Sano, even though he's a backup tight end at best, I think Ben Sano out of Kansas State's, and Jaheim Bell's also there. I like Jaheim Bell as a potential starter, but he's super raw. So you got Theo Johnson, Penn State, Sano, Kansas State, Jaheim Bell, Florida State. A.J. Barner's off the board. Oren took A.J. Barner with the Panthers' 4th round pick, so we can't pick A.J. Barner. We can't. Those are the rules, because I accidentally clicked on the same player twice. So between Sano, Theo Johnson, and Jaheim Bell, you have a favorite among those 3. I like Sano too. I remember Matt Hicks of the Matt Hicks, a fantasy football expert who came on the podcast, is a big believer in Ben Sano, called Sano the sleeper of this draft, so we'll go with Sano here. Colts are up again. What the Colts have I think the Colts have had one of the better drafts. Cooper DeJean, Troy Franklin, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., they have knocked this out of the park. I'm looking at defensive line here. I'm seeing if there's any bodies we can add for depth. I like Jonah Ellis out of Utah, sack artist at Utah, son of Luther Ellis. And he comes into a situation where he's just competing for a backup gig. You have last year's starters back under contract, Samson Ekubom, Kwity Paye, your 2021 first-round pick, and you have last year's backups, Deo Odeyingbo and Taekwon Lewis on 1-year team-friendly deals. Basically, and you didn't give Kwity Paye a 5th-year tender, so basically all four of the Colts defensive ends are in 1-year contracts. So at this point, I say screw it. Gamble on a sack artist like Jonah Ellis. If it works out, like when the Jaguars took Yannick, good for the Colts. And if it doesn't work out, who cares? It's the 4th round. We can also go defensive tackle here. Right now, it's just the Colts are in such an interesting predicament, Joey. I think depth on the defensive line is the direction, but I can't decide if you get depth. You have depth on the offensive line. You have Jake Witt coming back from his injury. You have Freeland. You have Danny Pinner as your backup to Will Fries. And Pinner's got experience at center too. And Josh Sills is the backup left guard to Quentin Nelson. So if Joey wanted to take a left guard, I wouldn't be opposed to that, but there's not really a left guard on the board unless we go with Dominic Pooney out of Kansas here. There's not really a backup left guard on the board that can start. I just don't trust Josh Sills. Now, he's familiar with Shane Steichen's system in Philadelphia. That's probably why he's on the roster, but I don't trust him as my starter if Nelson goes down, because Nelson's the anchor to that offensive line. He's a top 5 guard in the league, probably the best left guard in the NFL right now. So, I mean, right now you have Grover Stewart back with Buckner, but you lost Taven Bryan and replaced Taven Bryan with Raekwon Davis. And Raekwon Davis jumped ahead of Taven Bryan on the depth chart, who did re-sign with the Colts. So, what do you think here? I mean, should we go best D tackle or best D end? I think we should go, because the Colts already have some depth players on the offensive line. You know, Joey, it's like Colts have depth on the offensive line. They even brought their undrafted free agent Jack Anderson, a practice squad guy, back on a team-friendly deal. I feel like the Colts have more depth on the offensive line than the defensive line, which is why I'm pitching the defensive line case to you here, especially with the contracts. 4 defensive ends in contract years. You're not going to be able to re-sign all of them. And I'm guessing the Colts will put a 5th-year tender on Kwity Paye just so they have their best edge back, just as an insurance policy. They won't extend Paye. They'll make him earn the extension. I mean, that's what you got to do if you're Ballard at this point. You can't go into the season with your 4 best defensive ends all in contract years. You got to give one of your guys that extra year, especially if that's your best guy in Kwity Paye. I mean, what you like? You think edge rusher depth or defensive tackle depth's a bigger need for the Colts, Joey? I mean, I'm kind of confused here.
I think at this point, they are a well-rounded team. They can go either or.
All right, I'll look at the board. Austin Booker is the best edge on the board, but he's a 34 outside linebacker. You have Marshawn Nealon. He's a 43. He has the body of a 43 defensive end, but he played defensive tackle at the Senior Bowl. Could go with Nealon. Field Yates is a round one grade on Nealon, the Western Michigan guy. He's 80 on the simulator. We could go with him. He'd give you depth at both defensive tackle and defensive end. Could also go Jonah Ellis. Dwayne Carter's still on the board. Tyler Davis is on the board. Mohamed Kamara, who I loved against Colorado, is on the board. There's a lot of good options, man. Oren disconnected. I'm not sure if he hung up or...
What's the top player on your board?
Top defensive lineman on the board's Austin Booker, but he's a 34 outside linebacker, 6'2", 247. Not a scheme fit for the Colts' 43 defense under Gus Bradley. Nealon is 6'3", 277. He played defensive end in college, but he's better run stuffer than pass rusher, so he lined up at defensive tackle in the Senior Bowl despite the lack of size. If you draft him, you can develop him and have him add muscle while he converts inside, because you have Grover, Stewart, and Buckner as your starters. You have Raekwon Davis, Taven Bryan, and Eric Johnson, and Agwabore from last year's draft as the second team and third team defensive tackles. I like Nealon, but he's not a fit for the Colts. If he's a better run stuffer than pass rusher, he's not a fit for the Colts. Jonah Ellis had 14 sacks, and he's the son of Luther Ellis. I know he's got the body of a 34 outside linebacker, but I think he can convert to a 43 because his dad's family background in the NFL. I would go with Jonah Ellis here. That's just my personal opinion. I had Jonah Ellis in the top 5 back in October as a hot take. I really like Ellis. I would go with Ellis here. And if you would rather pick a defensive tackle, I would go with Carter or Davis, whoever you like more between those two. It's a big pick.
Ellis is fine.
All right, we'll go with Ellis. And the Seahawks are on the clock here. I'm looking at the Seahawks. I don't remember. They went Javon Baker, and then we went Kalen Bullock. I think the Seahawks need a second guard. Oren disagrees with us, but I'm going to look at the guards and see what we have. We have Dominic Pooney. He's the left tackle on Kansas. I think it would – I mean, LaMea's there. I like West thinks Eldarius Henderson's a starter. But the thing is, Eldarius Henderson got moved from left tackle to guard at the Senior Bowl. And the Seahawks already picked left guard. So I don't know where he would fit into that team. I also don't think the value is good at left guard either. Looking at the board here, we have Jermaine Burton still on the board. I know Burton was your favorite receiver. How about we double up at receiver? We went with my wide receiver one, Javon Baker. Let's go with Burton here and give the Seahawks multiple bodies at receiver if injuries occur. He's the best player on the simulator, and at this point, I'm like, whatever. I just – it's either a second receiver or a second guard. Those are the positions the Seahawks lack the most depth at. And I feel like a second receiver provides more value here. Steelers, Joey's rival team are on the clock. You got your backup defensive end, your backup linebacker. I'm guessing this is going to be your receiver pick with Quez Watkins and the other free agent who I forget signed with the Steelers. I'm guessing this is another receiver pick. Because the Steelers haven't drafted a receiver yet. It's the 4th round. And you have Van Jefferson from the Rams, because remember, they had Allen Robinson and Van Jefferson. They traded for Van Jefferson. Van Jefferson got injured, which is why they traded for Allen Robinson. But you have Van Jefferson and Quez Watkins as your starters next to Pickens. I don't think either one of those two is a true number 2 receiver long term. I don't. That's the thing. I think you have to pick a receiver here. if you're the Steelers, unless you want to add more depth to the offensive line. And that's something Joey's talked about earlier today. But you already added a center and a left guard, and you already added a center in Jackson Powers Johnson and a right tackle. There's not a guard worth picking here. So that really leaves receiver. Steelers did sign Dante Jackson in the when trading Deontay Johnson for Dante Jackson. They got Jackson and Darius Rush, the former Colts and Chiefs corner that got cut by both teams as the nickel corner. So you have Darius Rush, you have Kazee, you have Luke Barku and Josiah Scott. Okay, all these nickel corners suck. All these guys are horrible nickel corners. Like, the Steelers could get Shaquem Griffin from the Texans, and he would be better than all of these guys. That's actually kind of sad, Joey. When the Steelers' nickel corner situation's so dire that Shaquille Griffin's an upgrade over everything at nickel corner. I do like Corey Trice Jr., but he's listed as a backup corner. I think Trice Jr. would be the starter. But my recommended pick for Pittsburgh would be Kalen Carson at Wake Forest. He has a third-round grade. I had a second on him in November. He did well against Keon Coleman. He's listed at 94 on the simulator. That would be my suggested pick. Kalen King out of Penn State's also there. I like both of those corners over any receiver on the board. And the top receivers on the board are Ricky Pearsall, Malik Washington, McMillan, Thrash, Anis Smith, and Anthony Gold. I think you can get a good receiver in round 5. I would go for value and pick a nickel corner here and strengthen the Steelers' defense. I like Kalen Carson and Kalen King more than any receiver on the board. Maybe you disagree with that assessment, but it's your pick. You want to go, but I think corner and receiver are the two biggest needs. Because I like Dante as a number 2 to Joey Porter. He was the number 1 in Carolina. He goes into that Bradbury role. I think he has success the first year as a number 2, and then he either gets injured or he reverts like Bradbury did with the Eagles. That's kind of what I'm looking at. And really, you have Corey Trice Jr., Darius Rush, DeMonte Kazee, Kalon Barnes, who went undrafted and got cut. Thomas Graham Jr. went undrafted. And that's it. You don't have you don't have a nickel corner. You have 5 backup corners competing for a nickel job. 5 unproven corners. And honestly, I think the corners left on the board are better than the receivers. I mean, I think Jalen McMillan's good value here personally, but I also like the corners on the board more. I mean, I like Carson more. I have Carson higher on my board than McMillan, but I have third-round grades on both. And Kalen King was once a first-round prospect, so that's a third option. Pritchett is there. Pritchett's still on the board. Auburn, McGlothern, Kamal Haddon. Haddon had a good year at Tennessee before a season-ending injury. So there are a few options, but like I'm not. Luke McCaffrey's there, but I just don't see the Steelers drafting him. I mean, I really don't see anybody else. I like Jalen Coker, actually. Jalen Coker out of Holy Cross reminds me of Christian Watson. He does. He almost single-handedly led Holy Cross to a road win over Boston College. But the quarterback fumbled it on a scramble at the end of the game. And they were in field goal range, only down by 4. I really do like Coker. I have a third on Coker. So if you want to go Coker here and give the Steelers an FCS player, let's do that. So I got a third on Coker. Coker blew me away on tape against Boston College. You said King? Kalen King would be reunited with Joey Porter Jr. from his old Penn State teammate in Pittsburgh in that scenario. We'll go Kalen King. All right. Eagles are up, and they don't have a safety. They've gotten screwed out of all the good safeties, and they don't have a defensive end either. And Devin Jackson pointed out a great stat that the Eagles have always gone with a defensive end in the first 3 rounds under Howie Roseman, dating back to 2011, even if the player didn't pan out. So I'm looking at the Eagles right now. Reddick's listed as a starting right end on the Jets. You do have Josh Sweat and Brandon Graham, but you have no depth behind either guy. I kind of like Marshawn Kneeland out of Western Michigan here. You can stash him for depth at both defensive end and defensive tackle. I think that's a good value pick for the Eagles at this point in the 4th round. And I just don't see how – let's go Kamara. I love Kamara. Kamara, I know it's my pick technically, so I'm going Kamara because he impressed me. He wowed me versus Colorado. So it's time for Kamara to get picked. I know Western Michigan fan. I know I've offended Phil Yates by leaving Kneeland on the board this late. I'm just not a fan of Kneeland. Broncos are up, and then the Bears. Would you rather pick for the Broncos or the Bears, Joey? Broncos took a corner. They haven't drafted an edge rusher yet. They haven't. So they haven't because they took a quarterback in round 3. They've got less draft capital than any team. I'm going to go Austin Booker, Kansas. He has a 3rd-round grade in most simulators. It's a bargain this late in round 4. And and the Chiefs fans will grow to hate their former Jayhawk. Let's take a look. Who do we have here? The Bears. You get to make a pick for the Bears. Looking at the Bears, they went Caleb Williams, Latu, Adonai Mitchell, Devontae Walker, and they haven't made a pick since then. They doubled up at receiver. They did sign a running back in free agency, but I'm not really thrilled about the running backs they've signed. I actually like some of the running backs in this draft more than the running backs on their depth chart. How do you feel about Will Shipley or Isaiah Davis here? Because honestly, I think those two could be upgrades over their entire roster down the road. Because I'm honestly tempted to pick Davis, Loud, or Shipley here in the 4th round because they signed DeAndre Swift. Oh, yeah, they gave Swift a 4-year contract. I forgot about the Swift contract. My bad. I think the running backs left on the board would actually be upgrades over Herbert, Homer, and Roshan Johnson, but I think Swift got a multi-year deal, Joey. I'll double check. Because I'm looking. Top left tackle on the board for depth is Pooney. We'll go Pooney here. He's number 89 on the board, and we're at pick 120. So from a value standpoint, it makes total sense for Ryan Poles to add a lineman for depth, even if it's a backup. It just makes total sense, the Bears need more depth on the offensive line to protect Caleb. They just do. We are in agreement on that. Even though I've been objective about the Bears' offensive line, you've been subjective about the lack of depth. And Pooney's a good depth player here. Can play either guard or tackle spot. Could also try to find a starting center, but I just don't think there's a center worth picking here. So it's either Pooney or a running back. I really don't see anybody else with the contracts they've assigned. And he got a 3-year, $24 million deal. That's not going to keep the Bears from drafting a running back, but it is going to keep the Bears from drafting a running back before round 4. So it's either Pooney or Shipley or one of the running backs here. What are you thinking, man? This is technically your pick. You have the tech. Let's go Shipley. I didn't hear you. That's my fault. I'm trying to listen. I am. I'm just not making a good effort at it. I'm making an effort to listen. I'm just doing a horrible job. My listening skills are ass today. It's not an excuse. It's just... the Texans are up. It's the 4th round. What do we have here? It's Joey's pick, by the way. Rakestraw, Roman Wilson, and Holker are on the board. What is the board? Best player on the board is Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. But the Texans already got a receiver. We could go Jalen Wright, Tennessee. Running back, you have You have your number 1 in Mixon and your number 2 in Pierce. You get Wright as a third stringer. That's the number 2 player on the board. Marshall Nealon, a defensive end / defensive tackle at Western Michigan's the number 3 player on the board. Field Yates is a round 1 grade on Nealon, so we'll go with Nealon. Sounds like you said him. So I know my 49ers are up at 124. CJ Cuevas, Niner fan. I'm going to be making the pick for your Niners, buddy. I like the Fautanu pick. I like the Bullard pick. And Joey wanted Leggett for depth, so we went with Leggett for depth. I really think a backup center or a backup right guard is needed. I do. We're going Dominic Pooney out of Kansas. He's still on the board because we didn't pick him when Denver was up. We took the other Kansas player. So we're going Pooney here. We got to pick. He's got to come off the board. Tampa's up. Tony Mario's squad. We've gone offense the entire draft. We've gone Jordan Travis, Keon Coleman, Christian Mahogany, Trey Benson. In fact, all of the Buccaneers draft picks have come from the ACC. They have not drafted a single player outside of the ACC. All their picks have been offensive players from the ACC. The best player on the board is Florida's Ricky Pearsall, Jalen Wright. The number 3 player on the board is Washington State safety Jaden Hicks. Jaden Hicks had some of the worst tape I've ever seen. I think you have a better chance of winning a game of Russian roulette with Vladimir Putin than you do of turning Jaden Hicks into an NFL starting safety. I do. That's how much I dislike Hicks as a prospect on film. The thing is, Ian Cummings of Pro Football Network disagrees with me entirely to the point where he thinks Hicks could be an NFL starter. When we've seen Jeremiah and Brooks both hype this guy up due to how lackluster this safety draft is. Honestly, Dadrian Taylor Demerson impressed me more at the Combine than Hicks did. Texas Tech safety. I like him more than Hicks personally. But right now you have Jordan Whitehead and Winfield as your starting safeties, both on 1-year deals, and you have 0 depth at strong safety if either guy gets injured. You have 0 safety depth if either guy gets injured. So if either guy tears their ACL, you have no depth, no bodies that could step in. And this is technically Oren's pick, but, you know. Yeah, I'm looking at the Buccaneers board here. Could also continue the ACC theme. One player on Tony Mario's board that has not been picked yet is Troy edge rusher Javon Solomon. And the Buccaneers have already announced they're going to cut Shaq Barrett, despite drafting another edge rusher in last year's draft. I think they drafted 2 edge rushers, and they've already made the decision to cut Shaq Barrett. So Javon Solomon, the sack artist out of Troy, Tony Mario has a 5th-round grade on him. He did have double-digit sacks last year, and he's a 34 outside linebacker. And he's on Tony Mario's board. So we can make Tony Mario happy and go with Solomon. That is one option. He does like Goncalves too, but we've given the Buccaneers an ACC player on offense with every single pick in the draft. I just think we're at the point where like we need to mix it up. The back replacing so Yaya Diaby, who took the edge rusher job from Joe Tryon, is the number 1 edge. Tryon's the number 2 edge. Anthony Nelson, your number 4 edge, is now the number 3 edge. And you have Marquise Watts and Jose Ramirez battling for the number 4 edge. You got to bring in another body. You just do. You might only get a backup, but it's like at this point, you're cutting Shaq Barrett to save cap space. Your number 2 edge is now your number 1 edge. Your number 2 edge, you lost the edge rusher job to your rookie, is now your number 2 edge. Your number 4 edge is now your number 3 edge. This is just like a Jenga effect where cutting Shaq Barrett to save cap space, you pull the wrong brick in Jenga and bam, you lose the game. That's where the Buccaneers are at in terms of their edge rusher depth. They need another body. I like Solomon. I think Solomon has the potential to be an NFL starter, even though he's a day 3 prospect. He's kind of raw, but I think he's an ideal replacement to Shaq Barrett. And this is just, I mean, do you trust anyone on that defense to get to the quarterback now that Barrett's gone? I love the defensive line, And I like the linebacker depth. You brought in you promoted Zion McCollum. You traded Carlton Davis to the Lions. Tavier Thomas and Bryce Hall are your number 3 and number 4 corners. The Buccaneers are thin at a lot of positions, Joey. They're thin at corner, thin at safety, thin at inside linebacker, thin at edge rusher. I think you got to go defense regardless of what position. But my favorite defensive player on the board is Kalen Carson out of Wake Forest. He did well against Coleman, so the ACC theme is going to continue unless you pitch a suggestion. The Buccaneers go away from offensive players, but they draft their 5th consecutive ACC player here.
I like Caleb Carson. He's a good player. And the Bucs did a good job of sure that they're all set through a free agency, so now they got to really go and get the defense here.
Yeah, we've gone 4 offensive picks in a row to really maximize Baker Mayfield. But to be fair, neither one of us has Jordan Travis in round 1. So that's all commode. But if you think Jordan Travis has the upside Jordan Love has, I have zero issue with the pick because it's the thought process, Joey. You sit him for 3 years behind Baker and you develop him for 2 years. You give him an opportunity. Maybe he thrives like Love in the right situation. So let's go Carson and keep the ACC theme alive, but shift our focus to defense. Well, Brian Bayless, I gave you a running back. I gave you the wrong running back by accident. So as an apology, I'm going to give the Giants the best player on the board here to show my sincere apologies to Brian Bayless. And the number 1 player on the board, according to simulators, Ricky Pearsall. 127 is the Texans. This is officially Joey's pick. And then we get to the Bills. I get to pick for Mark Suba and the Bills at 128. So, I mean, Joey, Texans are on the clock. You got Nealand, Holker, Wilson, and Rakestraw. So you got edge, D tackle depth, tight end depth, wide receiver depth, corner depth. You did lose George Fant. You do have Titus Howard coming back, though. And you have Kenyon Green coming back, but you don't have a lot of depth on the offensive line. Like if Green tears his ACL again, or if Titus Howard gets to the season-ending injury, you don't really have any bodies that can step in. And it's round 4. It's like you also have Tim Boyle on the roster. So if Joey said, you know what, we're grabbing Joe Milton and patiently developing him, so Tim Boyle's not on the roster, I'd be on board with that too at this point. It's round 4. I hate the fact that the Texans signed Tim Boyle to the point where if Joey drafts a quarterback here, I'm going to turn a blind eye. But the reality is the Texans aren't drafting a quarterback with 4 on the roster. What do you want to do here? Luke McCaffrey's still there, but I don't think the Texans are going to pick him. Best offensive line on the board is Pittsburgh right tackle Matt Goncalves, who would be a good backup to he'd be a perfect backup to Titus Howard. I think he's an upgrade over Charlie Heck, but I also don't think he's an NFL starter. There were a lot of people that overhyped Heck coming out of North Carolina. I remember a lot of NFL scouts saying he's an NFL starter. I kept watching edge rushers whoop his ass at the Senior Bowl back in 2020. I kept watching edge rushers win pressures against Charlie Heck, but NFL scouts loved him. I think I saw a tweet from somebody at the Senior Bowl team, not sure if it was Nagy or one of his scouts, but they said, Charlie Heck's a 3rd-round prospect. He belongs on day 2. And it's like, no, he's not. There's a reason he fell to round 6. Even I knew his tape was bad. Even I had enough intelligence to recognize his practices were sloppy. And the Texans had enough intelligence to wait till round 6 to pick Charlie Heck. I think Goncalves is an upgrade over Heck, but he's not going to beat out Titus Howard for a starting job. He's only going to start if Howard gets injured. But he's the best tackle on the board at this point. You can also make a case for Caden Wallace at Penn State. Garrett Greenfield out of South Dakota State is there. Grable is there if you want depth at left tackle. KT Leviston. Ethan Driscoll from Marshall is there. Matt Lee. I mean, there's some guys there that can ball out, that can play. You know, I'm going to look at the Texans depth chart and see if they if Joey can't decide, I'm going to pick the best Texas Longhorns player because Brad Noble is a huge Texas Longhorns fan. It's the 4th round. I really don't care at this point. I feel like the Texans have addressed all their needs and through free agency and through the early rounds of the draft. And at this point, we're just adding bodies for depth, you know. That's where we're at. Wilson's gone. Roman Wilson went to the Texans in round 2. Needland. I said his name because I'm recapping all the players who've been picked. I'm recapping the players who've been picked to make your job easier. All right. I'm instead of going best player, because the best player on the board is Jalen Wright out of Tennessee. Actually, that's not a bad pick. The Texans would be drafting him as a 3rd-string running back. Mixon would be the starter. Pierce would be the backup. Right now, J.J. Taylor and Jared Dokes are the 3rd-stringers. Wright is good enough to beat out both those guys for the 3rd-string gig. And if you don't want to pay Pierce after his rookie deal, you can just have Wright be the 3rd-stringer for 2 years and then promote him to backup and ease him in. So I know Brad wanted Texas, but Tennessee is orange like Texas, so you're getting Jalen Wright and you're liking it. Whether you like it or not, that's just who's on the board here in round 4? The Bills. Okay. All right, it's my turn to make a pick. I'm not taking Jaden Hicks. I hate Jaden Hicks' film. I do. I dislike Jaden Hicks' film so much that I would rather challenge Vladimir Putin to a game of Russian roulette, even if it meant dying, than draft Jaden Hicks. So I do like Dadrian Taylor Demerson. Had a good combine. Ian Cummings raved about him. Taylor Demerson's the pick since the Bills just need a safety for depth. They do. It's the 4th round. I can't ignore the fact that they need a safety for depth. It would just be irresponsible on my end. And I hope Hicks proves me wrong in the NFL and makes Ian look like a genius and me look like an idiot. I do. But he missed a lot of tackles on running plays. He looked sloppy in coverage. I don't trust Jaden Hicks. I would rather trade a draft pick to the Browns for one of their backup safeties and draft Jaden Hicks. I'd rather give the Browns a 5th-round pick for Ronnie Hickman than draft Jaden Hicks. That's how strongly I am opposed to drafting Hicks, Joey. It's not that I dislike Hicks. It's just I'd rather give the Browns an extra draft pick for one of their backup safeties. Can you really blame me after the way Hickman and Melton played down the stretch?
No, it's like Hickman played incredibly well, but the big game, he played like a rookie at the same time. So,
I'm not saying it'd work out, but I'm saying I just don't trust any of the safeties in this draft. I'd rather give the Browns a 5th or 6th round pick for a backup safety at this point, even if it ends up biting me in the ass. I know that's kind of subjective to say, but that's how I feel about the safety class. We're in agreement. That's the crazy part. We actually see eye to eye on this.
well, Hickman's a guy where, hindsight 2020 probably would have been a 4th-round prospect if we knew now what we knew then, or what we didn't know.
No, because I watched the game film on Hicks against Arizona, and he was getting torched all game. He was getting torched against Arizona, missing tackles. But because it's such a weak safety class, Bucky Brooks and Jeremiah hype this guy up because they need to, out of desperation. I don't trust Hicks. I would rather play Russian roulette with Putin than draft Jaden Hicks. That's not a personal attack against Hicks. I just think the safety class is volatile. It's a very volatile safety draft. I think you have better odds of playing roulette with Putin than drafting a safety and getting a starter at this point. I don't like the safety draft.
But if Hickman went undrafted, he probably would have been a 3rd-round pick this year, maybe 2nd.
Yeah, he would have been.
That should tell you all you need to know this year's safety
The
class.
Vikings are on the clock. What do the Vikings need? What have we done with the freaking Vikings so far? Dallas Turner, Penix, and Wingo. So I wanted to give the Vikings a running back, but Oren suggested Wingo after they lost Tonga. So we're going to give the Vikings a running back. Because right now the starting running back's Ty Chandler. I like Ty Chandler in pass protection, but remember, Ty Chandler was the backup to Madison, and Madison sucked with the Vikings. What do the Vikings have at running back besides Chandler? Aaron Jones. That's right. They brought in Aaron Jones from Green Bay. That's right. They don't need a running back. Never mind. I retract that statement. Blake Brendel's the left guard for the Vikings. I thought he did well as a swing tackle. He's moving inside the left guard. He's been the left guard ever since Ezra Cleveland got traded. Is there a left guard worth drafting here? No. I do like Javian. How do you feel about Javian Cohen, the Miami Hurricanes left guard that used to start at Alabama? I love Cohen at this point in the draft. I do. Remember Javian Cohen? He was a first-round prospect a few years ago. I think he's a really good fit for the Vikings because he's a high floor, low ceiling player. He could be a low-end starter, but you're more likely to get a high-end backup. And I don't think Blake Brandel is anything more than a spot starter on a team-friendly deal to save cap space. And honestly, I could see Cohen beating him out for the left guard job in camp. I like Javian Cohen. If you don't want to, and with Aaron Jones and the Vikings, I think the focus shifts to guard. I mean, the Lions need a guard. I don't think the Lions have drafted a guard yet. Let me look. Let me look at the Lions board. Let me pull up the Lions board because I think the Lions need a guard too. They lost Joshua Jackson, Jonah Jackson, the Rams. Yeah, Oren gave the Lions a receiver, and they don't have a fourth-round pick, so the Lions are going into round 5 without a guard. Vikings got this pick from the T.J. Hawkinson trade, which is crazy. The Lions actually gave this pick to Minnesota in the Hawkinson trade. It's the final piece from the Hawkinson trade that's been undecided. So you know what? The Vikings are gonna take a guard here to screw the Lions over, to screw Dan Campbell out of a Super Bowl, to screw the city of Detroit. They have to. They're in a rebuild. They suck right now. So we're going Javian Cohen. I know it's against the grain, but Javian Cohen of the U to Minnesota, according to the draft simulator. And the Ravens are up at 130. I'm looking at the comp picks. We got 4 comp picks. We've got 7 picks left in round 4. It's 158. So my mom said she wants to come at 2. So I'm proposing we either stop at round 4 or we start round 5. I'll check my text messages after you make your pick. I'll text my mom while you make your pick, buddy. The Ravens are up. It's 130. I think we went edge rusher and multiple guards. We haven't gone receiver for the Ravens yet. And right now, the Ravens, yeah, you went Mason McCormick and C.J. Hansen, back-to-back guards. Yeah, SWIPA just woke up 45 minutes ago. He slept in. I'm not going to blame him. He came up with a thumbnail, and it's a good thumbnail. It's better than any thumbnail I could create in Photoshop. He's amazing with thumbnails. Like, you've earned the right to sleep in. You're so good at making thumbnails, you've earned the right to flake on my podcast and sleep in. Like, if I had more money, like if I had 10K, 100K, I would basically pay you to be my YouTube graphic designer for thumbnails. I would basically make you the main guy and pay you to keep you around. That's basically how valuable you are. So, yeah, SWIPA. That's how valuable you are. That if I had Richie Rich, Jeff Bezos, fuck you money, I'd pay you and give you a contract. That says a lot about you. Yeah, so it's interesting. The Ravens, I think we got to go receiver here regardless. There's just too many good ones on the board. I have a third on Jalen McMillan. You want to go McMillan here? He's the number 2 receiver on the board behind Malik Washington. I like Washington too. He's had a good pro day for Virginia, and he had a good Shrine Bowl, even though he wasn't at the Senior Bowl. I think both of those, but I got a 4th or 5th on Washington. I like McMillan more. I know you like McMillan more than Polk. But McMillan's good value here. It's the late 4th round. And you were high on McMillan.
Yeah, I like that. So I'll go with McMillan.
Because it's the late 4th round. You're getting a guy in your top 100, my 3rd round too, and the 130. That's a really good value. Niners are up. Best player on the board, according to this, is Jaden Hicks. I don't like Jaden Hicks. Let's go with Dwayne Carter here. The Niners did lose Kinlaw. I think they did bring in some other guys in free agency. Just checking the Niners defensive tackle depth chart before I lock in that pick. Yeah, they brought in not only is Hargrave on the 49ers, they replaced Eric Armstead with Malik Collins from the Texans, and they also brought in Jordan Elliott from the Browns. I like both of those guys, but Collins is starting over Elliott, and I feel like both of those guys are massive downgrades over Armstead. So basically, Malik Collins, the Texans' number 2 defensive tackle, is now replacing Armstead, and Elliott's the backup. Elliott from the Browns is the backup defensive tackle. So that's not a good situation to be in, Joey. I think I feel like I have to give the Niners a defensive tackle here. The fact that I've waited this long is just irresponsible. It is. Is Dwayne? Oh, I already picked Dwayne Carter. Perfect. The Chiefs are up. My mom's team, my brother's team. I was going to give them a receiver last round, but you look at the scenarios they have. We went Cedric Van Pran. They do need linebacker depth. Receiver depth is something they can explore if the right guy's on the board. And the other option is punter depth. Yeah, punter. The punter, they do have an undrafted punter. It's the 4th round. Best running back on the board, according to the simulator, is Ray Davis. Best quarterback on the board is Joe Milton. But the Chiefs are not going to have 2 quarterbacks. I believe Blaine Gabbert is under contract for the Chiefs. I want to look at the Chiefs' depth chart and the contracts to try to get a better idea. Because honestly, it's the 4th round. I have no freaking clue what the Chiefs are going to do at this point. I don't. Mahomes is under contract. No, Ian Book is the backup to Mahomes. Former Saints quarterback Ian Book, who got cut from the Saints after his rookie year after that god-awful Monday night start against the Dolphins. Ian Book is the backup if somebody were to go after Patrick Mahomes' Achilles like Bernard Pollard did to Tom Brady. So if somebody decided to pull a Bernard Pollard on Mahomes, Ian Book would be the Chiefs starter. I have to draft Joe Milton here. I have to, Joey. I know he's raw, but it's like, I don't think Milton is any worse than Ian Book. And I honestly feel like we have to pick Milton here for that reason alone. Ian Book's your backup? Ian Book and Olakun from the Chiefs practice squad. Those are your 2 backups if anything happens to Mahomes. I don't trust Ian Book. I interviewed him at the Senior Bowl, but he just did so awful in that Monday night game. I can't look past it. I'm trying to be the bigger man and failing miserably. I actually was lucky enough to interview this guy at the Senior Bowl. I sound like a real piece of shit right now. I do. I feel guilty for feeling this way. I mean, how do you feel about a backup quarterback to Mahomes? Because Ian Book is the backup. Blaine Gabbert's no longer on the roster. Chad Henne retired. Blaine Gabbert did not get extended. So if Mahomes gets injured, Ian Book's the starter. And in that scenario, the Chiefs would have had a really high draft pick, and then they just come back next year and be better with Mahomes under contract. It's like, that's a worst case scenario if you're an AFC West fan. Mahomes goes down for a year, and then the Chiefs get a bunch of high draft picks and can just reload. That should be your worst nightmare if you're an AFC West fan. Honestly, I feel like Milton's in play here. Do you like Milton or Ian Book more? It's a tough call because I think Ian Book has better intangibles, but I think Milton's arm is vastly superior to Book's. And Book just had that awful Monday night game against the Dolphins in his first NFL start. And it was a home game. It wasn't a road game. It was a home game in New Orleans. I'm trying to be positive about a guy I interviewed. I really am. It's just he was a captain at Notre Dame, 26. There's still time to turn it around. But, like, I mean, he came in as a rookie for the Saints, and it was just ugly. 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions is his career stat line. I'm going to pull up the full stats from the Monday night game. Okay, he went 12 for 20, 135 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 picks, and only completed 60% of his passes. His longest pass was a 56-yard completion, and he had a 40.6 passer rating in his only NFL start. And Ian Book was on the Ian Book's been around the league since getting drafted by the Saints. He went to the Saints, and then he went to the Eagles as the third stringer, and then he was on the He was on the Patriots practice squad last year, and now he's on the Chiefs practice squad. Okay, it says off-season and practice squad only members. So the Chiefs have 2 practice squad quarterbacks competing to be the backup to Mahomes. That's not a good situation, man. I'm sorry, that's not a good situation. I honestly feel like we got to go Milton here. We can go Milton. We can go wide receiver. I can give the Chiefs another weapon. Luke McCaffrey's on the board. Jacob Cowing's on the board. I love Cowing at this point. Tommy Eichenberg's on the board too. I feel like Eichenberg's the best value in terms of middle linebacker, but I also feel like he's kind of raw. So between Eichenberg, Malik Washington, Jacob Cowing, Jamari Thrash, Luke McCaffrey, and Joe Milton, what's your call? Those are our choices. What should we do here? Sounds like you want to go with Milton. I don't trust Ian Book or Olakun. Olakun was a 2022 7th-round pick. He couldn't even beat out Mason Rudolph for the 3rd-string gig as a rookie. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't trust either of those guys if Mahomes goes down. I have more confidence in Milton. I'm not saying Milton would do a good job, but he'd have a good supporting cast. He could emerge like Matt Castle did in New England, and he could get a starting job somewhere else if he does well in Kansas City in the event that Mahomes gets injured. So I go Joe Milton. I have a 4th round on Milton. So, yeah. Niners are on the clock here. Niners are on the clock. What are we going to do with the Niners here? I got to check text from my mom, see if she's on her way. Almost here. All right, so we were going to end the podcast after round 4 because I got a text from my mom 2 minutes ago that says she's almost here, and we've got literally 4 picks left in the draft, you know? So it's a good stopping point. Logistically, I would have loved to do rounds 5 through 7. Maybe I'll do the first pick in round 5 because it is the Patriots, and we'll end with that pick. But, you know, my mom's going to be here in a few minutes, so I don't want to hold her up. It's Easter. Niners, the backup to Brock Purdy. Who's the backup to Purdy? It's Josh Dobbs. That's interesting. I don't like any quarterbacks enough at this point in the draft, though. You know what? Fuck it. We're reuniting the McCaffrey brothers. Luke McCaffrey, you are a 49er, good sir. We're reuniting the McCaffrey brothers. It's the 4th round. I give 0 fucks at this point. And if my mom's going to be here in 5 minutes, I'm going to pick with urgency. I'm going to pick like my life's on the line. I am. Yeah, literally. Bills, I'm going to go Matt Goncalves out of Pitt. Mark Zuba's a Pitt fan. They need depth behind Spencer Brown, who's in a contract year. I'm going to go Goncalves here. I don't think it's the best value pick. Oh, wait, did I? Oh, wait, hold on. I gave the Bills Goncalves. I'm just double checking here. Jets are back on the board. They can go best player available. Best player available on my board is Tyler Davis out of Clemson. I have a 3rd on him. Who's available here in round 4? It keeps redirecting me to round 1. It's irritating me. Okay, the Broncos. We have 1 pick left in round 4. The Broncos are up. What the hell have the Broncos done? We gave the Broncos an edge rusher with their last pick. The Broncos did cut Brandon McManus. I think they gave Riley Patterson a contract, but You know, I'm at a point in the draft where I'm ready to give the Broncos a punter just for the hell of it, or a kicker. I'm at a point in the draft where I think the Broncos are a team that need special teams help, and Sean Payton is a guy with a big emphasis on special teams. All right, that is my mom. All right, Broncos, round 4. I'm trying to get the frickin' Broncos picks updated here. Arnold, Rattler, Austin Booker. You know what? Let's go with a safety. The Broncos need a safety. They do. They need a safety really badly because they lost Justin Simmons. I don't think they've done shit in free agency. I don't like Bo Braid. How about Tyke Smith out of Georgia here? I like that. It's a depth pick. You're not starting him. You're just adding him for depth. Uga won some titles. The experience he brings, I think, could be a... All right, round 5. We're only making one pick for the Patriots because my mom is here. I'm about to go to Texas Roadhouse. We're at a perfect stopping point, but since the Patriots have the first pick in round 5, I will make one round 5 selection, and then we will end this shit for good, despite how much our audience wants us to stick around. Finding a player I like. No. I like Kamal Hadden, but I don't love Kamal Hadden. No. This is listing all the defensive backs, not all the players on the board. Malik Washington's not bad. Javon Solomon. We're going Solomon. Tony Mario likes him. Double-digit sacks, 34 outside linebacker. We can stash him for depth behind Judon, behind Uche, behind Anthony Simmons, the Alabama pass rusher we have. We could also go Theo Johnson, Penn State, but I'm just not a fan of his. I think, honestly, I think Solomon has more upside. So I'm going to take Solomon and swing for the fences here. Because it's been too long since an edge rusher's been picked. Where did we get to? Yeah, because I'm not just going to, yeah, let's see. Who's up? The Cardinals. The Cardinals. We'll get a punter here. My mom is here. I got to end the live stream, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to give we can't even give the Cardinals a punter on, the simulator does not allow us to draft special teams players. Come on. I'm sorry. That is unacceptable. You guys have to fix that. NFL Draft Buzz, I love your visuals, but you got to allow us to draft special teams players. Cardinals have an undrafted punter on the roster. I can't even draft a punter. This is unacceptable. You got to fix this. But it's the 5th round. I don't really care at this point. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you, Joey. I want to thank Oren for calling in and SWIPA for the kick-ass thumbnail. 57 of our listeners on X, on Twitter, tuning in. I want to thank you guys. You guys are amazing. And I want to thank the Twitter user who retweeted our show. We'll be back next week. Final 4, Frozen 4, WNBA draft stuff I'm hearing leading up. There's a lot of news going on in sports. Wanted to break it down this week, but decided to have a laid-back, fun draft show because it's Easter Eve. It is Easter Eve. There's Christmas Eve. Today's Easter Eve. I want to spend my Easter Eve with my damn family, and I'm gonna. So we're signing off. Thank you for listening. We'll be back to promote the show later this afternoon. Goodbye.